They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures eat what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
The African Day Parade, you don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite, eat on and play down, because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
In the 60s, when you couldn't defeat us with the vote, we defeated you. You couldn't defeat us with a lot of the legalisms that came into labor laws that said you had to give us employment. So the way you defeated us said, we're going to bring another employable population in the country that not going to ask for those labor laws to be enforced. And put your butt on the sideline, put you on the unemployment line. And then we're not going to give you unemployment. That's what happened in America. Big time across America.
Our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
Racially, we are together, but
Economically, we may well be enemies.
The history books as I became a historian is that the western part of Africa is actually cursed because they sold their people into slavery. If you really read into slavery, you understand so much deeper into why the Western world is where it is. I mean, the Western part of Africa is the way it is. I married into a very powerful last name. And when I started doing my research on my ex-husband's family's last name, I found out that his family was known as being one of the biggest slave traders and sellers. Like, that was his bloodline. That's how they made their money. And when I brought it up, he was like, oh, don't say that, don't say that. A lot of Africans don't also want to take responsibility for the fucked up shit that they did to cause the 400 years of slavery. A lot of them don't take that. And that's something that's going to always be a problem until we have that harsh conversation, which is why it's always like, it perplexes me when I see Africans have such an arrogance and think they're better than Black Americans, when I'm looking at you like all this is the bloodline of your ignorant family members all the way back, right? But when I have these conversations, people get mad at me, but these are facts. You can go through the slave trade. It started off with Africans, Western Africans selling off war criminals, then debtors. This is shit that if you don't read and know your history, your past, you won't know your future. But like I said, the Western African hemisphere is cursed because of the slave trade.
They say we're xenophobic. They say we're divisive. They say we're anti-African. But Miss Georgie,
she's going to say what I've been saying from a long time ago. Why, when a Black person tries to
every single way that are a focus to help Black, notice something that a lot of Latinos are not gonna like. Why is it that when Black people start communities to help founders or VC firms that are a focus to help Black founders, they always include us. It is always Black and Hispanic or Black and Latino or Black and Brown. Literally every single community accelerator program VC firm that I know that was built with the intention of supporting more Black founders is built inclusive. Yet when Latinos build something, it is always for the Latinos only. This is for Latinos. It's never Latinos and Black people. It's never Latinos and other systemically marginalized. It's never Latinos and other immigrants. It's always Latinos, Latinas. And I will tell you, the number one thing you need in your life to be successful in anything is abundance. But the abundance mindset is something that seems to be really difficult to achieve for Latinos in the United States. There's constantly the scarcity, limited belief that is us, just us. And then we cry that no one ever supports us. The call is coming from inside the house. And let's not forget that oftentimes Latinos will be the worst enemy for another Latino, but that's a whole other topic. But I'm just so frustrated to see even more Latino-focused communities pop up that are only for Latinos, because not being inclusive hurts you guys more than anyone else ultimately. And when you see communities that do that, the us mindset, they try to rebrand it as empowering. I want you to pay attention to one thing, because that will tell you everything. Are those communities, those firms, those programs actually doing anything to move the needle for its members? Or are they actually monetizing off of the desperation of Latinos that are looking for support and community?
There you go, family. That's all we asked for. We just asked for immigrants, non-FBAs, to hold their tether class accountable. And it looks like everybody can do that but Africans. That's just how it looks.
College is under investigation after being caught making racist remarks during a public school meeting. The incident involves Alison Friedman, an associate professor at Hunter College.
Let's see if all those Karens that want to protect illegal people from being in the country, let's see if those Karens come out here en masse and put their lives on the line for legal citizens who've been legal here since their existence. All right. Those Karens don't put no energy behind FBAs, but they want to put their energy behind illegal people who are not authorized to be in this country. Well, you know why? Because this is how most Karens believe, just like this.
City University of New York. The comments were made during a virtual Community Education Council meeting on February the 10th. Parents and students were discussing a controversial proposal by the city to shut or relocate several public schools on Manhattan's West Side. Schools facing closure often serve larger numbers of Black and Latino students, and this could obstruct their access to education. Well, during the meeting, a Black middle school student spoke emotionally about her school and the teachers she appreciated, saying she did not want the school to be shut down. Well, while the student was speaking, Friedman, who was attending as a parent, was heard making racist comments, apparently unaware that her microphone was turned on. The remarks were captured on the public live stream.
They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a Black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore.
Well, there's no historical record showing that Martin Luther King ever made a statement.
Oh yeah, just like a tether, they're going to revise history. Now you're seeing why white tea supremacists, right, and tethers, why they are always together. They came together to sell us. They come together to sell us out. And they play good cop, bad cop all the time. And that's why I was like, yeah, I don't know which one is our ally, the buyer, the seller. And that was being sarcastic. I know neither one of them are our ally, the buyer or the seller. I don't play favorites. I hold them both accountable. And they're both they're both our enemies. They both are not our allies at all. So as you can see, that's how Karens believe. This is why they have more in common with illegal immigrants than legal citizens, Foundation Black Americans. All right. So made up Martin King said, lying about Dr. Martin Luther King. He never said that. Thank you for the super chat. The lineage love, Alexis Berry. Appreciate it dearly.
Associate professor's claim. Friedman later apologized and said the microphone had been left on by mistake. She claims she was actually trying to explain the idea of systemic racism to her child.
Oh, so she was talking to a child like that. She said the dumb kid that she called black. We don't know what the kid is, but the kid that appeared to be black don't know that they're in a bad school and they want to hold on to a bad school. So she was saying that's why Dr. King, in her mind, she was referenced the Willie Lynch letter, but she was acting like it was a Dr. King letter. That's why, if you train them up, they'll just play their position over a 400-year time span. Dr. King never said that. You got that from the Willie Lynch letter.
Referring to what she described as a racist example. Mahunter College says it's now reviewing whether their associate professor's actions violated its policies. The college called the remarks abhorrent and said it remains committed to an inclusive learning environment. Still, the explanation has done little to calm criticism. Local officials strongly
So family, she gets to stay employed. Now, you openly say something about illegal. Listen to the words I'm saying. You openly in your job say something about illegal immigrants. You're done. You're done. We are open for the taking. That's how white tea and tethers want us to be. Unprotected. They hate delineation because we're demanding protection. We're demanding a anti-FBA bill, anti-lineage bill. All right. Hate bill. And that's why I came up with BAD, which just stands for we're just defending our lineage at all costs, basically.
Condemned the remarks, saying it was especially troubling that children were present when the comments were made. New York City education leaders say the statements caused real harm and say the school system is working to address concerns raised by the community.
Oh, but they won't let her go, though. She's going to be part of that school system. You are allowed to disrespect Foundation Black Americans. And that's why I'm repping BAD, Black Anti-Defamation.
Many New York City families. The incident has become about more than just one professor's comments. It's reopened a wider conversation about racism and fairness and how students are treated in one of America's largest and most diverse public school systems.
Yeah, but why is she still employed there? Is she a parent? I didn't get that part. I could have sworn he said she was a professor.
Hotep, my brothers and sisters, I am your brother and leader, Dr. Fool John Doe, and I'm here on behalf of our first national and international leader of Pan-Africans. I'm here in place of him as his successor as the current leader of all Pan-Africans. I've created a new name for Pan-Africans from all over the world, and it is Dafa Ducks, which stands for descendants of African fleers to America. My hope is to Africanize Black Americans and make them the generic African, and to swap places and make Africans from Africa the generic Black people. With you all help, and with the help of COINTELPRO from America to Russia, I believe we can accomplish this. Salam alaikum.
That is your boy, Dr. Fool John Doe. You dig? He wants to make sure that we are replaced. And I tell you guys, watch the language. These folks will consistently say we're not Black, we are African, and they will not call themselves African. They will call themselves Black. Just keep an open ear for that bait and switch rhetoric.
You know, as somebody that traveled for about 13 years across the country, just debating, you know what I mean? Debating at a very top level. What do I do? Do you want me to give you my credentials? Yeah, this for y'all. This so y'all know who y'all dealing with, man. My name is George Lee. I graduated high school in 2009. I got 2 master's degrees, a master's degree in human relations, a master's degree in adult and higher education. I got an undergraduate degree in African and African American studies.
Stop the cap.
A few moments later.
I got 7 years of experience of being a debate coach. I got 3 years of experience being a director of a debate program. I was a professor at the University of Oklahoma where I taught diversity, equity, inclusion, social work courses, as well as traveling the country and probably beating on y'all favorite institutions' ass in debate.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, this dude just ran off. This dude is more educated than Umar Johnson, Dr. Ruxpin, and Dr. Ancient Mama Maya all at the same time, if you let him tell it. You dig? My man is wilding. So, in case you guys were on the fence, are these guys agents, or are they just stupid and just don't know what they're saying? Okay. Well, I got some information for you that might make you lean towards what we're saying, that these guys are agents. Okay. And maybe you should take a look at this, and you tell me if they don't know any better. Come on.
A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington.
Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington.
I want to interject really quickly, Ankh. This is why when you and I talk, I say, Ankh, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we should throw it away. I say, Ankh, it is not specific to our lineage here in America. It's not specific to our lineage here in America. Anybody that comes over here who is of African descent can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hide here in America.
I do believe it's not specific to our lineage here in America. That is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack.
And you were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and you went through all that. But in your slide, these 2 bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone. But please continue. Did you change your position?
No, I didn't. I'm still in the same. No, of course not. I'm still A.
I'm rolling with Friedman. No,
I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific cases, right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone.
So family, you heard it out of her mouth. She said she's trying to convince this idiot that we need to throw African American in the garbage. And she says she agrees that we need a specific name for our ethnic group to name our unique ethnogenesis. She said that she is on board with a name exclusively for us that Tethers can't latch on. And she says she's rolling with freedmen. Family, if you hear her talk today, she is saying she's African American and we should keep it. Okay. And look how straightforward she was. This idiot was reading off some information that sided with us. He tried to read it fast. Look, family, look at the part where he read anybody of African descent coming to the country, they're automatically African American. He tried to read past that as though that it mean nothing. And that's when she stepped in. One more time.
A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from.
So they're telling us African American is the better proper term, and he just said other immigrants that come to America, they will be classified as African American no matter where they come from. So he's okay with just extending a name that was exclusively for us through Jesse Jackson, allegedly. And now he's saying other people of African descent can come into the country and be called the same name. And they are saying delineation, disaggregation is unnecessary. They're saying that all these people who we know nothing about their homelands, their cultures, their language. We know nothing about their ways, lives, agendas. We know nothing about these people, but they're allowed to share a term that was given to us, Jesse Jackson, right? And they're just allowed to just pick up right there. They are too African Americans. So Dr. King is their ancestor. He fought for them and everything. So forth and so on. And look at her counter argument.
From right Caribbean and Washington.
No. That's why I play Professor Prophet Elder Small. He sounds like us, getting on Africans, and now she sounds like us, describing why we must delineate.
I want to interject really quickly, Ankh. This is why when you and I talk, I say, Ankh, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we should throw it away. I say, Ankh, it is not specific to our lineage here in America.
It's not specific to our lineage here in America.
Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African descent can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And
I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And
she said that we should have an exclusive name for us, the people of the lineage, that immigrants who can't come to the country and hijack. Those are her very words.
You were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and you went through all that. But in your slide, these two bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone. But please continue. Did you change your position?
No, I didn't. I'm still the same. No, of course not. I'm still there.
I'm rolling with Freedman.
No, I'm not.
I'm rolling with freedmen. And then they'll talk to us and gaslight us and act like we're crazy for saying the same exact words that she said. Okay. So the link is for the chat for the person who said that they can't use the word Black. Now I got a suspicion who that is, right? It's this weird troll guy who's obsessed with me. If you're not him, click the link. If you don't click the link, I know you're him. You don't got to click it. Got and cooked him 1,000 times. My man thought he thought American was a race or some crazy stuff he was talking about. Yeah, so click the link if you said the guy who said I can roll with freedmen or people of color. I need you to click that link because people of color, I mean, that just debunks your own self. Like Friedman is speaking to a specific ethnic group, people of color isn't. People of color is speaking about everybody other than a straight white man. So that wouldn't make any sense. Now, going from there, the reason why those people, like Dr. Maya, Ancient Mama Maya, Dr. Ruxpin, the reason why they could sound like us, also Prophet Elder Smalls, the reason why they could sound like us and then switch up later is because they are either intimate with somebody of African descent or from the continent or the islands. They have a mother, relative, somebody a best friend, somebody very close to them are from Africa or the islands. And then they start to go against the lineage for one person, two people.
All right.
They go against 43 million. Okay, so I disagree with that. And Tariq Nasheed calls that proxy tethering. So I want him just to explain what proxy tethering is.
Versus they're kind of like shy with it. They don't even like our assertiveness in a sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's undermined, it's ridiculed, whatever have you. Or if we say, hey, some of us have native in us, the lies were told, things were kind of mushed up. Like I heard even when I saw with Hidden Colors. They're saying things weren't told the way that they actually went. And they're not listening to that. They're so focused on what's happening here, but not necessarily handling their business back there.
Yeah. Now your child's father, is he Nigerian?
No, he's Kenyan actually.
Kenyan, okay, got it. Have you been to Kenya?
Yes.
And how was his family acting?
I wish I would have taken more of my people. So I can definitely see that there's they're different than us.
Mm-hmm.
They're just different.
Right. And they feel a certain way.
They weren't rude. I would have loved Africa if I could have brought my crew there, if you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You've been there, so you know what I mean?
Yeah. And they wanted him to either marry a Kenyan or a white woman.
They would have been happier with it.
Mm-hmm. No. Oh, I'm already knowing.
I disturb the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
I make them realize that they had a choice.
Right?
Because as an American woman, we do have choices and we stand and we fight. We don't make excuses or not address issues. Africans pride themselves on being nice, but it doesn't really work out for them as being nice. Like I think as an African American, to be more assertive, to say this is what I need, I'm not getting what I need. I think that's where it's gotten us as far as we have. But I do see some resilience in them holding back too. Do you not? What do you think about that?
Resilience in them holding back what?
Just to be able to, they're kind of infiltrating things right now, if you see in America. And that's because they're holding back.
Okay.
If you will, kind of kissing ass. I don't mean to cuss, but yeah. But there's a growth in that, in a sense. If you're not in a position of power, why would you try and fight too much until you can get in a position of power, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right, sis. But thank you so much. I appreciate you, beloved. Thank you, dear.
All right.
All right. Listen. See, a lot of, this, when you see some people who come from an FBA lineage and they kind of have an issue with the delineation themselves, but you come from a lineage. Yeah, that's because they are in a relationship with somebody who's non-FBA. So they're trying to, and they know it's some funny style shit with their family. You understand? That's why you see certain FBAs, they'll start doing some tether babbling themselves. That's why y'all think, okay, is she Nigerian? No. Either they're a non-FBA or they're married to one or have a baby by one. You understand? That's it. What's up, sis? Oh, I see you got another hairstyle. A lot of people lie now about being FBA. A lot of people will lie. But if you are genuinely of a foundational Black American lineage and you're complaining about delineating, why would you hate on your own lineage? Okay, that means you a lot of times these people are in a relationship with non-FBAs and they got kids by them. So they're doing proxy tethering. All right? There's some proxy tethering going on. You got a tether for your damn significant other. And that's horrible. Because you know that they done finesse your ass, to be honest. You know you getting finessed and you got to live in a fantasy world pretending you ain't getting finessed. So you want us to pretend that we shouldn't delineate and all that. And no, we ain't about to pretend with you. Y'all out here getting finessed by these folks and you know you getting finessed. You understand? See, a lot of these people, delineation, they look at it as a personal threat. You know, you're questioning their household now. Because now you done went out and you got you a Kenyan and y'all got a baby, and now that baby hairline took after his daddy. All right? So when we're talking about hairlines, you're looking at Dudu Tunde Jr. sitting over there with that little hairline. So like, wait a minute, my baby hairline janky.
Right.
So now you
and
feel a
it's such
certain
as
way.
simple
Now
as
you feel
that. They'll
personally
throw away the whole
attacked.
lineage over their intimate relationship with a tether, or they have a parent or best friends a tether. So remember this right here, right? Because I'm gonna show you something. So they had, I'm gonna show you their update where they're at now. So one more time, because they went back over this, right?
A broad
we're
cultural,
gonna see
ethnic,
where
and
they're at
racial
now.
identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington.
Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington.
I want to interject really quickly, Ankh. This is why when you and I talked, I say, Ankh, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we should throw it away. I say, Ankh, it is not specific to our lineage here in America.
It's not specific to our lineage here in America.
Anybody that comes over here who's a descent, who is of African descent can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And
I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack.
And you were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and you went through all that. But in your slide, these two bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone. But please
that
did you change your position?
No, I didn't. I'm still the same. No, of course not. I'm still there.
I'm rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman.
No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific cases, right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone.
So as you can see, family, they know better. Now they did an update. So now you see where she stood. She was 10 toes arguing for the lineage and the need and why it's necessary to delineate. Now, they just did a live, and let's see where she's at now. What gets the lineage? Hold on. All right, let's see where she's at now.
Brother Ankh, so I asked you, what are your thoughts? Talk to me about what was going on with you last night and what you saw.
Whenever I see a broadcast with people that's actually promoting FBA, I'll be like, so why they mad at Umar? And I always know Umar to be a person that's scamming somebody.
So family, he's gaslighting. Like he's no different than this guy right here, who gives us our talking points and strawman arguments that we don't give ourselves. We don't give a damn what acronym somebody come up with to identify the lineage. Y'all could come. Y'all got the right to do whatever y'all want. Nobody mad at Umar. It ain't gonna hit. You see, it ain't hit. It don't go nowhere. What the hell we mad for when it doesn't go anywhere? This guy.
Black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
The weird guy that thinks the debater got all these degrees.
Black, yo, because I'm black and I'm black. Yo, I'm black and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than
Part of
black,
the
and I'm black,
Bussy
y'all, and
Booty
I'm black,
Warriors.
y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blickety black, 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 y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, cause I'm black.
All right. So no, we're not gonna let you. We're not gonna let y'all argue as though that's our talking points. And again, when they talk about us, it's always all of us. It's never, hey man, I heard some FBAs complaining about Umar, but then when we say Pan-Africans and talk about them as a monolith, oh, they are all up in arms. Oh no, we're different. No, or we say, yo, African sold us. No, it wasn't every African. Oh my God, why do you think it was every African? No, it was those of the Ivory Coast. It was the Benin. It was the. But they could sit here and make the same argument against us and say FBAs. And they don't see that as a contradiction, as hypocrisy.
With the wild school, right? But he still got a right to make up a name. And so I'm wondering, why is people in the FBA mad at Umar making up a name? He's just making up a name. And so when I watched the broadcast, sincere to God, I think that's his name, right? They mad at Umar. They banging on Umar. Okay. But my thing is, I guess we all bang on each other because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be a fight whether African Americans or FBAA, as I like to say, okay, shouldn't be an issue if we make up names. What we do understand is if you make up a name, you can't all of a sudden say it's 40 million of you. So they constantly say that it's not.
Now, family, this is a stupid dude. Now, the only person more dumber than him is this guy right here. All right. This chosen league guy. He's the only person I would say he got Unc beat. He got Agent Unc beat. Uncle Ruckus Unc. Agent Uncle Ruckus Unc beat. He's the only one. Like, they should really debate to see who's the most dumb person on the scene. All right. Listen to this fool.
All of a sudden they say it's 40 million of you.
So when Jesse Jackson came up with African American, or no, he didn't create the term. When he popularized the term, when he introduced it to white T-Man and said, hey, I want this to be the national name of these black people, these black Americans. I want you to change it from black American to African American. Was he speaking of the 40 or 20, 40 million at that time? Or was he speaking about one person? So again, this argument is also stupid. Yes, you can come up with a term and it can represent the body. Everybody don't gotta agree to it because everybody damn sure didn't agree to African American. It was debates all year long, for years to come. Okay, so that term didn't hit now. But these guys are dumb. They're a waste of time to talk to. Now, you guys say certain people we shouldn't cook. No, we should. We should cook them for learning lessons, right? But there's some people you cook too much, it's just going to be overcooked. Tether New, Tether Dream, like those people, yeah, we got to move on. The other weirdo who's opposed to black, he think black is black is kryptonite to him. Oh no, not anything but black. But we know that these are more sovereign citizens trying to move into delineation arguments. We know this. Listen to this fool.
Say that it's not 40 million FBA. That don't make no sense. I don't know how many of them it is. But that you can't do. But what I do understand is that African Americans Black Americans, or FBAA, or FBA, or ADOS, or whatever you want to say, we all got the right to make up names. But what we shouldn't do is we should not bang on other people, right?
Hey, family, he's moving the goalpost. This half retarded guy. Now he's saying that now because we wore him out. He's saying that now. This was the same guy who was saying that you shouldn't change from African American. No, you should introduce nothing new. Yeah, these are retarded, stupid people that can't stand on 10. He was just saying against me and everybody else, no, African Americans, nothing wrong with that. That's perfect. We don't got to delineate. We don't need disaggregated data. No, African American is suffice. It's been here for 30 years. We need to just stay with it and rock out with it. He was just saying that. Now this clown is saying, no, we can name ourselves different things. This is a fool.
For just no reason at all. Like, say, for instance, Pan-Africanism. We have a right as African Americans, Black Americans, however you want to say, to choose what it is you want to follow. You not only have a right to do that, it's you can do that as long as you're not stepping on somebody's toes, downgrading the.
I'm not saying that switch up. This dude is stupid, man. It's a stupid dude.
Yeah, facts.
You start to recognize that I'm just simply saying that 70 to 80 to 90% of my DNA takes me back to Africa. Okay. And since I recognize.
Now, this is an idiot. DNA or genetics don't name you. It don't identify you. Now, he know goddamn well 90%. He don't have 90% of nothing in his DNA goes back to Africa. Like he's completely lying. This dude is lighter than Denzel Washington. So we know he's lying. But what he's talking about, he's combining like 20 different African nations, and he's saying that is African. Now, these are the same people who said you can't say African. You heard Professor Elder Small earlier. He said when you say African, there's no country named African. He said these are Somalians, these are Eritreans. There's no such thing as African. That's a continent. There's just no such thing as African. Nobody calls themselves African for identification. People call themselves by their nationality, like Nigerian, and then they go ahead and tell you what tribe, Yoruba. America is ours. We're American, but then we're black. All right. So people have a nationality, and that's the country, and then they tell you who they are within the country. Or certain countries, it shares the nationality is the ethnonym, like Jamaica and Haiti. Some places it works as both. All right. But this guy is just a piece of SHIT. Clear agents, man. If y'all can't see that, y'all just can't see. This is a clear, well, the verdict is out on some of them, but this guy's a clear agent. I don't know what the CIA got on him that he must go with this, or they're going to expose something. I don't know what he's ashamed of, but they got him. They got him good.
That we were enslaved from Africa. We just want to, big up Africa. You could do that. That makes sense. That's why Jesse Jackson even came up with it in the first place, right? Like an Italian American. An Italian American doesn't actually have to be from Italy, but he's just giving homage to where his ancestors came from.
Is he
so
stupid?
That's all people was doing. So to make up a whole movement based off of banging on Africa because we ain't Africans, we have enough sense to know that ethnically.
Family gaslighting.
Our group started.
Family gaslighting. Nobody's banging on Africa. Gaslighting. Okay, gaslighting, that was not the origins of the movement. It was not because we hate Africa or hate the Caribbean or hate white tea man. That is not why we got out here and start kicking up dust. It wasn't because anything to do with Africa. This is more gaslighting, straw man arguments. The same like his twin brother right here. Where he at? This must be his son. This guy right over here. This must be his son right there. All right.
Our ethnicity starts actually in America. It's an ethnogenesis. We know this. So I'm just thinking, like, what's the issue here? The name calling is out of order. So I say, well, let me make up something. FBA, and we have a choice whether we want to be Christians, atheists, Pan-African, whatever it is. We have enough sense to know when it comes time to go to court. Come time to go to court for our reparations. We have enough sense to know that you can include, even if you follow being a Pan-African, you have enough sense to know that when you go to court, they're only going to pay reparations for those who were enslaved in America. And we got enough sense to know that. Right? Okay. We don't have a problem with people who promote Pan-Africanism. We don't really have a problem with that. You got people that promote their Moors. We don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's funny when they make up the things. Even if you think you're a Black Hebrew Israelite, we don't really have a problem with it. We have a problem with it when you try to make everybody that. And see, that's what FBA is doing. They're making everybody that and claim it's 40. It's not 40 million nothing. That's not real. That's not legitimate. And I'm wondering why they think that. Why they actually think that when we say African, we don't really think that we're ethnically African. I know I repeated that, but I want to get that straight. So
you do. Because if you didn't believe that, you wouldn't be correcting us when we say we're Black American. When we say we're a Black American, foundation Black American, you wouldn't say you're African nigga. Okay, you wouldn't say this right here. If you truly believe that, then you wouldn't say what's in that bubble right there. They all say what's in this bubble. When we say we are Black American, foundation Black Americans, they all say, including the Tethers themselves from Africa, oh, you're African nigga. We like, well, bro, we're just telling you who we are. We're foundation Black Americans. Yeah, African nigga. Yeah, but that man over there say he's Jamaican. Are you gonna yell at him and say he's African nigga? That Dominican woman says she's Dominican. Are you gonna yell at her? She's African nigga. What about that Colombian guy over there? That's very dark. He says he's Colombian. What about that Cuban guy, that Cubano? You gonna yell at him and say he's African nigga, or that is exclusively for FBA? So that right there, family, shows you that there's no diaspora war. This thing is one-sided. They got that smoke just for us, but people like him, people that slow like him, that used to be on drugs and all messed up, brain cells gone, they can't fix themselves. So and then they're old on top of that. That's even worse. So they can't fix it. They're stuck. And they've been exposed to so many different platforms 1,000 times. They can't get no following, no buzz because of logic and thinking like this. And then you're old on top of that.
Other people become our enemy like that. Mm-hmm. It's an individual basis. You may find some people from the continent that actually love African Americans. You will find people on the continent that don't like the way Americans act, because at the end of the day, they all look at us as being American once we get over there. And once you cultivate yourself in a culture and you start...
Family, this is splaining. This is splaining. Now, you see, now he's justifying Africans being xenophobic to Americans that come and tour Africa. He's justifying xenophobia right now. Listen to this guy.
Get used to custom and traditions, and they accept you in the fold. It's okay. But I don't understand what's the individual venom for people to practice Pan-Africanism. Even if I say,
wait a minute, nobody nobody cares what you practice. Yo, these same people spent years debating Abels and Dane Calloway. These guys, all this garbage, all this sad violin play that he's doing right now, family. These guys spent years debating people who said they were Abel or listen to Dane or follow Dane Calloway. They spent years. Now they're getting cooked. Now Pan-Africans on the hot seat getting exposed like never before. Now all of a sudden we got the sad violin. Stop it.
Humans come from Africa. Now I'm a Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? That's a scientific fact, Dr. Mayat.
Yeah, facts.
Dude, we're in the opposition. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see. I can't thing is so tiny. $5 super chat in the building from Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. Let me read your message there, my brother. It says, praises to the Most High, FBA ancestors, and the FBA lineage, and salute to Ron for always standing on lineage business. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I appreciate the lineage love like I always do. Respect to you. And I got some. All right. So we got an idiot. I see that. Hold on 1 second, family. Hold on. Let me help and get this guy in before. Stupid. So I kind of already guess who this guy is who's supposed to be joining us. All right. Let me see. Did I miss any more super chats out there? I know y'all like it. Oh, there you go. Hey, so we got somebody under the name Muhammad Ali. The link's right there. I just posted it. He might be a troll. Let's see. Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance. It's simple rules when you call in. You're not a co-host. You are a guest. I don't mind you talking, giving your opinion, reciting your personal facts. Right. Just if I say hold up, slow down, just hold up, slow down. All right. So let's get back to this guy. So there you go. The link's in the chat. Click the Zoom link.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yes. Let me jump in here now because you said a whole lot, brother. Let me jump in because you said a lot that triggered some thoughts. And the first thing that you said was, well, hey, like, you all, or the term FBA was created, and we know it was Brother Tariq Nasheed who came up with the term or the moniker FBA, right? And so your first position was, hey, well, okay, he has a right, right? We all have a right to self-determination, meaning that we can create for ourselves, speak for ourselves, right? Like we could create for ourselves, speak for ourselves, define for ourselves. We all have a right to self-determination. And so Brother Tariq made up the term foundational Black American, right? And so then now you have people like you're saying that are saying, well, Umar Johnson is now creating his own thing, DAFA, right? The descendants of African freemen in America.
The descendants of African fleers to America. I think he rephrased it. I'm not sure.
And so people are now banging on him because of the term that he created. And your position is like, well, wait a minute.
No. Nobody's banging on him. Nobody's banging on him. Nobody's banging on him. Remember, he was the guy who had an issue with FBA. He said, no need for that. That was all of their positions. So we're like, hey, I thought there was no need for FBA because African American was sufficient. And now all of you guys are making your own acronyms. So it's like, wait a minute. Which one is it? All right. So I'm not going to call you Muhammad Ali, obviously. What is your name you want to go by? I'm not calling you Ali Muhammad.
My name is Ali, so you can call me that. It's fine. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah. Good. Okay. So before we get started, let's get some background. Which country are you representing?
What country? I can tell you what country my grandparents and myself was born in, which was the United States of America.
Sure. Okay.
I don't feel like I have to represent that 1,000% in everything that they do, though.
Okay. All right.
But how you doing? I just came for a peaceful, dialogue. That's all.
Yeah, I'm giving a peaceful dollar. I didn't cuss you out. I'm getting background. Okay, cool. And
well, my grandparents were born here. One was born in New York City in 1929. The rest of them were born in Georgia. So
wait, so the one front. Well, I don't know how you define Black, but 1929 New York. Did they come through Ellis Island?
No, her father was born in Alabama, but he came to New York City in 1929. That's where she was born at. The rest of my other family were born in Georgia, and they moved up
Okay.
to the area. Yeah.
So you said Black American. You said that, right?
I mean, yeah, I
No,
guess
you
so.
just said it.
Is there
No,
a
you just said it.
specific?
No,
Yes, I
I'm saying
did.
no.
Black American.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. I'm very observant, and that's going to matter during our dialogue. Okay, so what's your problem? You said you don't prefer the term foundational Black American?
No, I never said that. I think it's
Oh,
an exceptional term actually, but to say that African American was not something that Malcolm X represented, especially when he's on the thumbnail of the thing, is just not correct. I mean, he
what
started an
thumbnail?
organization. You have Malcolm X on your thumbnail,
Okay, so
and he's
now
a
you said,
Pan-Africanist, is he not?
wait, hold on.
Mhm.
No. Malcolm X was a member of the Nation of Islam.
Okay, but was he ever a Pan-Africanist?
No,
Okay.
Malcolm X. The name Malcolm X represents the replacement of the slave last name. That's a Nation of Islam thing. That is not a Pan-African thing. That's Nation of Islam. So Malcolm
Okay.
X is yeah. Wait, hold on. Don't cut in while I'm explaining. I'm explaining to you, and now you get it. Malcolm X was a member of the Nation of Islam. He was not a Pan-Africanist, never under the name Malcolm X. But go ahead.
Okay, so he's when he wasn't I'm just going by what the people, they're not gonna know him as Al-Haj Malik Al-Shabazz. So maybe they would.
Hey, brother, listen what I'm saying to you. When he left the Nation of Islam,
Mm-hmm.
he left the name right along with it, right or wrong.
People refer to Malcolm X.
No,
I've
listen
seen
to the question. Listen to the
interviews with
question.
him
Listen to
saying that he
no.
wasn't.
Dude. We're not gonna psychobabble. I asked you a question, my guy.
Right, we're both
I
the
said
same
when he
people. You're
left the
saying that
nation.
I'm babbling. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
You have to
because you're not answering. I muted you. We're not gonna do that, my guy. When we come over here, we have honest discussions built on integrity. I just asked you a question. You started babbling. We're talking about the name Malcolm X. And I said Malcolm X was never a Pan-Africanist. You thought I was tripping. I said he was a Nation of Islam member. I said that's all he was under the name Malcolm X. He changed his name a bunch of times. But under the name Malcolm X, he was never a Pan-Africanist. He was never a Sunni Islamist. He was a member of the Nation of Islam. He called himself a black Muslim. Now mute yourself, and we're going to acknowledge that or we're not. But we won't go further until we acknowledge that. Okay, come on. Unmute yourself.
Did he ever have a hero called Marcus Garvey?
Okay, I muted you again. You're asking a question when I ask you a question. I can answer your question. I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay, so unmute yourself and answer my question.
What's the question? I think you had me muted. I said, yeah, Malcolm X was in the nation. Yes, you're right about that.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Please tell me.
Right. I got you, man. I know. Slow masses. I said Malcolm X, when he left the Nation of Islam, he left the name Malcolm X with it, right or wrong?
I've seen, I mean, you can say he left it, but I've seen interviews where Malcolm has said post coming back from Arabia that it's okay for people to refer to him as Malcolm X. Yes, I've seen that. I can send you.
Yeah, because that's how they know him as. But what did he call himself?
Al-Haj.
Okay, there you go.
Al-Shabazz.
Right. See, now under that name, right? Oh, no. Hey, bro, listen, when I start talking, be quiet. It's real simple. We can have a dialogue, but stop talking along with me. That's confusion. Okay, so Malcolm X, that was a name that Elijah Muhammad gave him, the X. That's Nation of Islam all day. When he left the Nation of Islam, and guess what? He got a lot of stuff done. He's known worldwide through Malcolm X. He's not known worldwide through being a Sunni Muslim through Islam, and he's white Islam, Arab Islam, and he's not known at all for being. Nobody knows. You can ask the average Black American, what do you know of Malcolm X being a Pan-African? It's going to be absolutely nothing. Okay. Now what was your question about Marcus Garvey?
So was he a follower of Marcus Garvey or no?
No.
So Marcus Garvey was not his hero?
No.
You
asked was he a follower
of Malcolm X?
Brother, you said was he a follower of Marcus Garvey? I said no. Do you switch it up?
Okay, so was Marcus Garvey his hero? Simple. Because we don't follow Malcolm,
so
right?
do we acknowledge the first question? So was my first answer to the question correct when I said no, he was never a follower of Marcus Garvey? Was that correct?
His father was. So he personally no. He probably
We're
I don't
speaking
even I don't know
about
if
Marcus
his
Garvey. Hey fam, you satisfied? Look, it looks easy when people be chatting and
okay.
texting, but when they call in, it gets
Sure.
like this.
So you're right.
So,
He didn't follow him personally. No, I don't
well,
think he was alive at the same time.
how else would he follow him?
His father
In
was a fervent
bro,
Marcus
we're not
Garvey.
speaking about his. Okay, well, since you want to take it there, was Marcus Garvey a scammer?
Was Martin Luther King a scammer? I mean, they
I
threw
mean,
Martin
no,
Luther King
no,
in
no,
jail
no, no, no,
27 times. But
that no, brother. We're gonna again. I would just keep muting and put you in the back chat. We're gonna have a conversation. I asked about one thing. He asked about something else. So to your question, no. Dr. King never got arrested for scamming. He never got charged with scamming. He was never assumed as a scammer for nobody in this country and outside the country. Now, was Marcus Garvey a scammer?
sir, I'm not going to sit and say that everything that the other people put on someone that's trying to further a black cause is
Okay,
correct,
got
sir.
you.
They
Got you.
label
I'm just
people with
asking.
charges.
I
The
got
things
you.
that they
I
charged
got you.
Martin Luther King,
I
did he
understand
do
that.
that?
I
No.
understand it, but I'm asking you though. I'm not asking about the
I don't
American.
know. I'm not sure. I just asked if Marcus Garvey was a hero of
Okay.
Malcolm X. That's all.
Okay, cool. I got you, but you kept bringing them up. I had no idea. I had no intention to talk about them, but you kept mentioning them, so let's talk about them. Okay, so is scamming good or bad for the black community? If you scam black Americans, is that good or bad?
Okay, I'm not saying if you scam Black Americans, is that good or bad? Why would that be a good thing? Scam Black Americans. All four of my grandparents are Black Americans. They were told to sit in the back of the
So
bus.
is the answer yes or no? Is scamming black Americans good or bad?
Absolutely. Why would it be? Why would it be a good thing? You're
I'm just
scamming Black
asking you a
Americans.
question. Is it good or bad? Good or bad?
No, it's not a good thing.
Right. Okay, cool. So when Marcus Garvey scammed black Americans, he was wrong, right?
What did he scam them out of?
Got it. So what he did was he solicited stock sales for a ship called the Orion that he never purchased. Okay, he never purchased that ship, and he solicited stock sales for a ship he never owned. Is that scamming?
Sir,
you're going to get muted.
I have no recollection of Black Americans buying this
Okay.
stock in mass numbers to where they where it just
Are you
ruined their
serious?
lives.
Marcus Garvey, he lost $700,000.
Did he have the attention of Bill?
I got to meet this guy. See, family, it looks easy in the chat, in the comment section. He brought up Marcus Garvey. I was trying to move on.
Okay.
But I can see, oh, no. You're not going to talk over. That's one thing you're not. I'm going to say what I got to say.
Let's just talk about African American then.
No, not until we establish truth. Not until we establish truth. So when Marcus Garvey sold stocks to a ship he never owned, is that scamming? Yes or no?
Did he sell? I don't know the full entire story of the Marcus Garvey, so I can't just go by you just saying one statement like he didn't try or never bought a ship. Or I have no idea, sir. I'm
okay,
not
so
even,
would that
Marcus
be?
Garvey
Would that be
1800s? I have no
1800s? Are you stupid? He's 1900s. You can't be that dumb. Come back. I had to mute him because he's babbling.
Marcus Garvey was born in 1887. Let's just talk about African American.
No. You call in my show. You bring up stuff. We talk about it. I didn't bring up Marcus Garvey. You did, and I kept trying to move past. You kept trying to get a gotcha, and you kept mentioning Marcus Garvey.
I'm not trying to get a gotcha. Okay. I just said, was he his hero?
Got it. Okay, so now I want to know if you're going to stand on truth or not. So let's finish up with 2 questions on Marcus Garvey. When we're gonna move on. But if you can't display integrity, I'm throwing you off. It's real simple. So before we go further about other stuff, you got to prove you can have an honest conversation built on integrity. So come off of mute and let's establish this, or you got to go.
I don't understand why you're antagonizing a fellow Black American. We have
He's not Black American. He's Jamaican.
I'm talking
That's
about
what
you
I said
and myself.
earlier.
You're antagonizing
Okay.
me.
No, I'm asking you a question. And bro, as you can see, we're not going to go further. I will. You won't go further without these 2 questions. Okay. So Marcus Garvey, when he solicited stocks of sales from Black Americans and never owned the ship. It was never part of Black Star Line BSL. Is that scamming or not?
Again, I have not researched the topic, so if you would like to circle
Okay,
back with that
cool.
on another day,
No,
we
I'm not.
definitely can
I'm
do
going to
that.
rephrase it this way. If he sold stocks to a ship he never owned, is that scamming?
If he sold stocks to a ship that he never owned,
right?
Did he tell the people that he owned the ship?
Yeah, he had advertisements.
Okay, well, I have not researched this, so I can't really.
That's why
speak on
I
something
said if. No. I said, but I spared you. I said if he did that, would that be scamming?
If he did that with ill intentions, absolutely, that's a scamming.
If he did it with good intentions, would it be scamming?
If he did it to actually build a boat to do it, then why would that be?
If he sold stocks of a ship he didn't own, good intentions, bad intentions, is that scamming?
I'm sorry. Is he selling stocks to build the ship, or is he selling stocks because he owns the ship? Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't own it.
So
there's
he
a ship
told
already.
People he owned the ship, or he told people he's
right.
building the ship.
No, owned it.
He
ain't
told him
built
he
nothing.
owned the ship and he didn't own it, then I guess that is a scam, right? Is that intended to scam Black people for money?
Cool. Okay, right.
Okay,
he got
so
a lot
we
of money
can
from
go past that, right?
No, okay. Wait. I said I had two questions. So now, are you familiar with his Back to Africa rhetoric?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Am I familiar with his Back to Africa rhetoric? It sounds like the same rhetoric that Malcolm X had on his Organization of African American Unity that he started. His whole entire charter is about Africa.
But their courses of action differ, because Marcus Garvey was surrounding about ship into Liberia. Where was Malcolm X's destination of Africa? He wanted to repatriate to.
I mean, based on what Malcolm X wrote, he says it is absolutely necessary for the African American to restore community.
No. We won't do that. So now let's get back to Marcus Garvey's second thing. Okay. Now, come back on. You see, family, I would never do this right here. I would never call it. No, we can't.
You said come back on, sir.
Right. Okay, yeah, but be quiet. Let me talk to my family. Hey, family, I would never do this. I would never call on somebody's show and then be asked questions stuff I brought up and then dodge and flim-flam. Hey, bro. Real simple.
Dodging, sir? I just asked you if
this
Marcus
question right here.
Malcolm X
I got you. This question right here. Are you familiar with Marcus Garvey's Back to Africa rhetoric?
With his speakings about going back to Africa?
Yes. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it seems like it reflects what Malcolm X was talking about.
Which country in Africa was Marcus Garvey looking at that he wanted to repatriate Black Americans to? Which country? You're there. Which country was he looking at?
Again, I don't know.
Which country? Okay, so then you're talking about somebody. Then you're totally unqualified to talk to me, then, my guy. Have a good afternoon, my guy.
So now it's over with, right? What happened?
Nothing. You can't. You don't know about history, bro. You can't talk to me. My man said he know nothing about Marcus Garvey, but he's pro Malcolm X. How are you so pro Malcolm X but don't know who Malcolm X was pro? All right. Oh shit. How was that? Why is this thing? Yeah, we're not buying that. Hold on one second. Why? What? Why is this thing the whole screen? That was weird. All right. Yeah. I'm not gonna have a conversation about Black history. My man don't even know what he's talking about. He mentioned Marcus Garvey, not me, and I ignored it because I didn't want to. But he kept mentioning it. All right. Well, let's talk about his hero then. All right. And as you can see, he knew nothing about Marcus Garvey, and as you can see, he didn't want to admit he was a scammer, but then he finally did. So I got that clip for you, my guy. Thank you for that clip. You will be part of my intro when I go live again. All right. So now let's get back to these flip floppers. Now, this is Dr. Ancient Mama Mayat. This is her new position. We heard her old position. She's a freedman. African American is used for immigrants to hijack, and we must throw it away. Those were her words. Okay, listen to her now.
Freeman in America. And so people are now banging on him because of the term that he created. And your position is like, well, wait a minute. You know, we're making up terms. We all have the right to make up terms. And if you want to describe to those monikers, that's on you, but we have the right. So how can you deny Dr. Umar Johnson's right to self-determination, right? If we're saying everyone has a right to self-determination, so does Dr. Umar Johnson. Whether you agree with the moniker or not, he has the right, right? Like he has.
Hey, family, this woman is a demon. This woman is an absolute demon. Okay? Straw manning, gaslighting, this is a demon. We didn't just say, hey, let's come up with a new name for our ethnicity because we're just bored with the old one. That wasn't why we came up with Foundation Black American. We came up with Foundation Black American for the same reasons why she said we needed it. What was Umar's reason for it? Umar said we're Africans. Listen to her reason. Listen to this devil reasons why we need our own ethnicity. Look at this.
A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean and Washington.
I want to interject really quickly, Ankh. This is why when you and I talk, I say, Ankh, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we should throw it away. I say, Ankh, it is not specific to our lineage here in America.
It's not specific to our lineage here in America.
One person.
Anybody that comes over here who is of African descent can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And
I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And you were like, no.
Okay, so you heard for yourself. This devil just sit there and admit that African American is being used to tether onto, okay, where other immigrants can come to this country and hijack our ethnonym and become us overnight. Okay, now she's pretending like Umar. What's wrong with Umar? Come up with his own terminology. Yeah, that was never a thing. That was we was never on some old. Nobody can come up with their own acronym to describe the lineage. They gave us hell for our sound reason. She just agreed with the reason why FBA and ADOS came about. She agreed with it. It was to stop the hijacking because African American is a hijackable terminology to represent the lineage. She just agreed to that. Now, and everybody said we were wrong, including Umar crazy self. So now when they could no longer fight against delineation, right, ethnogenesis, now when they all got to bow down that we were right, they thought we were crazy because they never heard of ethnogenesis. And according to these weirdos, ethnogenesis had to be wrong, pseudo, or we're using it wrong. According to these weirdos, they thought we were using ethnogenesis incorrectly. So they thought they were going to come behind us and say, they're going to come behind us and hold on. Yeah, so our reasons for FBA was to protect the lineage. It was to protect the lineage, right? Escape dilution. And so we preserve our existence in the world and this country, right? So now all of a sudden Black history is for immigrants now. See, that's what we were stopping in advance. We were stopping tethering like that. Okay, so she knew the reason why we did it. She agreed to it. And now she's all of a sudden, Dr. Umar has a right to come up with an ethnicity name for the lineage, like, which we don't give a shit about that. Hold on. We don't care about that. We don't care what anybody does. Do what you want to do. It ain't gonna catch. Die for ducks. Y'all don't have clout. Hold on 1 second. I got to shoot. I'm bugging. I'm bugging out. I gotta connect my Bluetooth. I gotta connect my Bluetooth. Give me a second. Let me connect the Bluetooth. Oh my God. Motherfucker comes on right away. Okay. Let me share this video. Second family. Yeah, this woman is a complete demon. All right, let me share my screen. Disingenuous demon. This woman is a complete disingenuous demon.
Right. Like he has the right.
Hold on, let me connect my Bluetooth.
Another thing that you said was then you started talking about, sort of ideology, right? Like you were saying, people, first of all, term, not because we think that we are continental Africans, which none of us think. I don't think I'm a Yoruba woman. I don't think that I don't think that.
Family, her name is Dr. Oya. Yo, this is a demon devil right here. Her name is her new name is Dr. Oyawa, some Western Igbo name, but now all of a sudden she don't believe she's Igbo. Family, we are the reason why they're backing out from these Egyptian names. They're backing out from these African names. We're the reason why they're coming out of this stuff. We are the reason. Now all of a sudden, I don't think I'm African. Well, you did before debating us, and we cooked you. But what's your new stance, Dr. Ancient Mama Yacht? What's your new stance, mammy?
I'm an Ashanti woman, but it's a connection, and like you said.
Yeah, but your name is Maya. Oya. She got a West African Igbo name, but she doesn't believe. And before that, she was Dr. Maya. She thought she was Egyptian. So, like, let's not forget. Before she grifted into the West African stuff, she was going around saying she's Dr. Maya, and she was part of the Amun-Ra squad that this guy Ankh, another Egyptian name, that Ankh started. Like this guy started so many cults. Amun-Ra squad. He started pseudo killers, and he started the Beastie Boys. Like my man got a whole list of cult groups.
I mean, 96% of my DNA is sub-Saharan, a sub-Saharan African, right? And so, I mean, it is what it is. And so you're saying that, hey, we know that we're descendants from African people. Mm-hmm. We were brought here and enslaved on this land, right? Mm-hmm. And we're African people. We're actually an amalgamation of different African ethnicities. That's what the African American. That's who we are, And so you're saying that when we say that we're African, we're not saying that. And then someone in the chat said, "Oh, the term African is a British term."
Hey, family,
it's not.
These people are literally playing games. Okay, if we say African, they'll say African. What's that? There's no country named African. There's no country named, they will say that to us if we say African. But you see them, they're saying African, 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 African. Like, these are weirdos. These are weirdos.
And that's actually one of my moderators, and I'm surprised that you even. It's not a British term, brother. But anyway, so you mentioned that. The second thing that you mentioned Africa, and then you mentioned something else. But you said because we identify, or express, or we're proud of our African heritage.
Gaslighting.
Process of
being come on. I ain't about to be like. Yeah. Did it freeze? Is that me or them? I couldn't tell you. Okay, I'm not sure if that's me or them. It might be. All right, my phone is tripping out. Okay, hold on. These Daffy Ducks. These Daffy Ducks got my phone tripping. All right. Let me relax. Oh, wait. Hey, James, not right now, man. Not right now, James. You gotta come back, bro. I don't feel like dealing with stupidness right now. Come back on. Not right now. All right. I'm already getting gaslit by these weirdos. I can't take another. Yeah, you know what? Let me relax, cause y'all gonna mess around, have a stroke out here, man. Messing with y'all bad faith arguers. All right, hold on, family. Let me get back. Let me share my screen. Where the hell is the Zoom thing at? All right. Hey, James, not right now, dude. No time soon. Call back about another hour. I know you about to say some stupid shit, and I don't got the patience for that right now. I don't have the tolerance for that right now. You know damn well that dude named not Ali Muhammad. I ain't gonna about to call you. I'm about to call you Tether Muhammad.
Group of people who you identify with. So it's really it's your cultural identity, and then you have an ideology, a framework through ideology. You get what I'm saying? Into a
Hey, family, they always think they're teaching. They always think they're teaching. Like, yo, what do you? I've been saying this for how many months? How long I've been breaking down nationality, ethnonym, demonym, exonym, endonym, endogamy, exogamy, brain drain, brain gain, hyperselectivity. Yeah, I've been doing this for almost a year now. Now she go Google. They watch me, then they learn how to use it in context. And now they all of a sudden teaching it. Like, stop it.
Ideology. We was all here. We're the Indians. We don't like Africans. You're not gonna bully me into subscribing to that ideology. And I don't care who you are. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me share this. Let's share the screen.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Look. Family, nobody gonna watch this right here. Now, this is a guy who's a Pan-African. Both of them. And Pan-Africans do not subscribe to no American flag. So I'm gonna just skip past this. He's just trolling at this point. He just want to get some jokes off. Let me skip. That's why she like that laughing. Okay, so no. She's back there laughing because the dude just trolling. Now don't forget, this is an ex-crackhead.
Not real.
And then
so you know what I mean? Like the brain cells ain't really intact. Like mine. I ain't never smoked crack or marijuana a day in my life. So all my brain cells are intact. Okay.
Enslaved Africans. That's not the ethno. You can't even prove that.
Yeah, that's
you
not.
You can't even prove that ethnogenesis story. Yeah, and I agree with Brother Onk. Anybody who is involved in serious study, serious deep thought or deep thinking, you would know better. You would know better. Go ahead, brother Unc.
All right, so we're not gonna do this. All he do is misrepresent the website. He misrepresent Tariq Nasheed. Listen, I went over this with the guy several occasions. I went over this with this guy, and he continues to misrepresent what a foundation of Black American is. He act like he doesn't get it. Sometimes he act like he gets it. But again, he's an ex-crackhead, smoking crack for 20, 30 years. It's going to do something to your comprehension. I can imagine.
I told you that. I said I like the term FBA. I told you that, and I said I like it because it does distinguish us from Black immigrants. So
there's no such thing as a Black immigrant. Choose your favorite word. African. It distinguishes us from African immigrants. Okay, let's use y'all favorite word. Y'all love to Africanize everybody. They want to Africanize everybody but immigrants. Okay, Tariq Nasheed, our big brother, always talk about their desperation to Africanize us, but what he should hone in on is they'll Africanize us, but they won't Africanize themselves.
The difference between, and I'm talking about like amongst us. I ain't talking about white folks. White folks look at you, everybody's Black, right? But within us,
but no, you don't.
It gets rid of this whole flat Blackness, right? Like this whole flat Black thing. Like
no, it gets rid of y'all language. Black is our language. It gets rid of y'all flat African thing. African, not Black. African. I told you, family, when it comes to us, we're African. When it comes to describing actual Africans, they call them Black. I told you that. I said when it comes to us, we're Africans. When it comes to Africans, they're Black. So now she's doing what I say they do. Black immigrants. No longer African immigrants no more. They're now Black immigrants. But us, we're African Americans. Watch. When she speak about us, family, she's going to say African American. And you heard it so far. When she speak about immigrants from Africa, she's going to call them Black immigrants. So they're no longer African. They're Black. We're no longer Black. We're African. We're African Americans. Listen.
Just lumping me into about like brother Unc, and I know your position was it, and I remember you said this. You said, well, if you subscribe, because I kept telling you, I said, brother Unc, I like the term FBA. I told you that. I said I like the term FBA. And I told you that, and I said I like it because it does distinguish us from Black immigrants. So you'll know the difference between.
You heard that? Black immigrants, not African immigrants. And then watch when now she know we call ourselves Foundation Black Americans. She even agrees that she says she liked Foundation Black Americans, but family, she's been calling us African American the whole time, and she'll do it again. Watch.
And I'm talking about like amongst us. I ain't talking about white folks. White folks look at you, everybody's Black, right? But within us, it gets rid of this whole flat Blackness, right? Like this whole flat Black thing. Like you're not just lumping me into this monolith. Okay, like I understand my brothers and sisters. Okay, you may be from the Caribbean, you may be from here, but I understand I'm from here. I'm foundational. I'm not an African. I'm not a Black American who just got here. My family are foundational to this country. So it rings a bell. I love it, right? And but you and Dr. Asar, your positions was, well, if you subscribe to this moniker, then you're taking on the ideology that, you know, the beliefs of it. And from the
Hey, family, the reason why she's popping her gums now and she was so quiet because she's on Hidden Colors. So she was quiet because she didn't want to be taken off like Professor Smalls. So now it's going to be out. Now you're going to see the real her, and you're seeing it right now. You're seeing the unfiltered demon she is, the unfiltered demon she is. And I knew that. I said, yo, why she be way more vocalized when the Hidden Color thing come out and she's on there? Look at her. Now all of a sudden there's an ideology. Tariq Nasheed, and look, I'm gonna play Tariq Nasheed version. So now, these guys are devils and demons.
Website. Okay? Then if you're saying like, while I like the mon ideas by definition. So the first one you're talking about cultural, and this one is ideological.
Okay, so now another thing they'll do. Now they're reading ChatGPT, right? Now all of a sudden Now all of a sudden, they accept Chat GPT. But if unbiased Ron uses Chat GPT to cook them, all of a sudden, oh, that's a white man. It could be wrong. It could be wrong. You heard Tether all day long. This is what they use to combat us, all of us, but mainly me because I'm that guy, right? But then when I use it to cook them, oh, that's the white man. It could be wrong. It could be wrong. Well, it could be wrong then.
Then it says right.
No. We're gonna skip past all that garbage. You won't miseducate us.
That's the craziest part to me. And people don't even understand why we even say the word African or Africa. Okay, first of all, the word Africa actually presumably comes from the word Afrik, from the Afar tribe, which is an indigenous African Berber tribe. They're indigenous to the continent of Africa, and it was the Romans named.
Oh, so now you're using Africa now? Yeah, they are a mess. Now they're using Africa. Africa is no longer a continent; it's a country now. Go ahead and explain this stupid shit.
Their province, Roman province, after that indigenous Berber tribe. That's where they think the name comes from. Later on, it was applied, okay, to the whole continent. Okay, that's not an African thing to apply names to an entire continent because they had not circumnavigated the continent. Okay, the Europeans end up doing that, right? And so that naming convention comes from what I just said it did. So this clip right here is interesting. Okay, so sincere to God, he had some nice young ladies on the panel, both of them. Very intelligent. So I'm not banging on them, but it's things that were said that kind of got me. I was like, really? So let me play the clip real quick. All right. As usual, sincere to God, he don't know what the hell going on. He always in that state, right?
Go.
And one time I came on this program, and he put me off for nothing. But we ain't put him off when he came on our program though. But he put me off in the middle of me talking because he couldn't handle that answer. All right, so let's play the clip and see what the sister says. All right, Breek, that's how she said her name. I think it is Breek or something like that. Let me play the clip. Here you go. Let's see what she has to say. Very intelligent sister.
Ourselves from Africans. Well, did the Africans give a fuck about the spiritual ramifications from applications of us? Sat there and he talked about the spiritual ramifications of.
Love it.
Then he sat there and he talked about the spiritual ramifications.
So he's talking about Umar Johnson. Everybody knows Umar Johnson talks in circles, and
that's your leader. He's the leader of Pan-Africans. He renamed y'all Daffy Ducks. Now all of a sudden he's a.
All right, but you can understand that Africa already had a. Oh, y'all didn't know that people on the continent of Africa participated in fighting wars like all humans do on different continents. See that, Doc? So to say that Africans enslaved the Africans is basically a slur produced by Christians, by the way.
Family, now we can't say a historical truth. Okay.
What I say.
And come again.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Yeah. It's good. Go ahead and drink it. Watch that. Come this way. Oh, let me play it.
Christians and European talking points that are like we just barbarians. Shoot today, man. I'm gonna get somebody. I'm gonna go ahead and snatch my brother up and go ahead and you know what I mean, and put him in slavery. So that's a wild talk. But the next point. Voodoo is a social, cultural, indigenous system. Okay? I'm gonna say this again. Voodoo, right? Part of Ananism is part of the indigenous social, cultural system by indigenous African people. No more than Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I would argue there's different tenets, right? Different way they see the world. All that's very important. I suggest y'all study world religions. But to make that wild statement right there is absolutely wild because at the end of the day, I ain't banging nobody religion, but for the most part, they're probably Christians themselves.
Okay, so this is his spill. All right, just let you know this guy, this ex-crackhead. So he goes around saying he's the God killer, he's the atheist. So you see everything about this guy, God killer, pseudo killers, atheist, everything about this guy is like demonic. Like the guy just is up to no good. Like can't ex crackhead. He brags about that. He brags about selling drugs. Like, dude, you can't come from a crackhead selling drug background and all of a sudden be a productive citizen in America. Like you're gonna have those habits wherever you go. All right, so hold on. So let me go to this because I can see that they ain't talking about nothing. I got somebody else in here. Was it this one? Let me see if it's this one.
Diaspora
Yeah,
wars.
here we go.
African Americans and African immigrant enemies. That's a powerful a topic that we need to discuss.
Oh, no. No, don't tell the intros.
My name is Dr. Otain, and my co-host is...
They always a doctor.
African Americans and African immigrant enemies. We are going to do justice to this topic, and the views expressed here are more like experiential and academic. So don't take anything we say as religious and take it to the bank, or as representing the views of all African immigrants or African Americans for that matter.
Who can guess that all they're gonna do is justify African, or I highly doubt if they even talk about Africa's dirty hand in undermining, sabotaging, disrespecting FBAs. I highly doubt if they even mention that. All they're gonna do is talk about how is both people's fault. Is Africans' fault? Is FBA's fault? I could tell that's all they're going to do. They're not going to tackle this and hold themselves accountable. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Yeah, wave, you get wave.
Or
It
diaspora for
too.
that matter. We're just going to share some of the things we've heard, some of the things we have experienced, but obviously we haven't experienced everything, and we haven't talked with everybody to see what they think about this, right?
Yeah,
Do you
right.
agree?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm a little concerned about the topic overall because are we really enemies? Why should we even talk about us being enemies in the first place?
Right, that's why it's a question. It says, are we enemies, as some purportedly say, or are our actions saying that we are living like enemies? And sometimes,
Family, why the hell would we be an enemy? Why would we? This is stupid.
the question brings up some of the underlying tones that we may not have visited. So I don't think we are necessarily enemies, but what are some of the things that we do that potentially suggest that we are not living right, as brothers and sisters? And if we are, how can we strengthen that bond of friendship? And obviously, if we are not, what are some of the pathways to harness unity, which is mainly the focus of our show, to harness unity? So yes, the title is a little hard if you read it just like that, but hopefully it will make more sense as we go forward. So stick to the end of the show because we have some points to discuss, and that would definitely
I already know. I haven't watched this, so I'm watching it with you guys for the first time. But I already know they're going to act like we're just evenly both disrespectful, and we're just. And what's the other thing they be saying? They be saying we're just we don't understand each other. Like these guys know everything about us. We don't know shit about them, but we don't understand each other. Like, yeah, are you serious? Y'all know us up and down, left and right. Now we don't know y'all. We don't know about tribes and all that stupid stuff. I thought they were just Nigerian. I had no idea that's just the nation name. I had no idea that they go by other stuff primarily.
make it more plain as you go forward. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes. So maybe their contribution and their suggestions may come up so that maybe the question may be more clearer as we go through the discussion. So we are encouraging people to bring their thoughts and just stay with us so that we can all come to the same conclusion.
Definitely. So with that being said, we have some slides that we want to use to foster an effective discussion. So the first thing that we want to actually talk about is the history. What are some of the historical things that may pitch each of us against the other, or potentially also harness unity, right? And historically, we know that Americans, you know, they have slavery. The legacy of slavery is something that is huge, and that potentially may inform what they think or how they live their lives as it pertains to the African immigrants. So that is one thing that we think is that it's generations of systemic racism is one thing that may impact the way they act towards their African immigrants or their brothers and sisters who are migrating from Africa, whether you are an African American or Jamaican or in a British black or European black. What are some of the things that may account for the way you behave or the way you act towards an African immigrant? One of them is that the legacy of slavery may have shaped your view of life. What do you think?
Yeah, and we can say that with Africans, it's more like colonialism, right?
Yes,
so
the
the
legacy of colonialism.
Africans, we were colonized. So our background may differ from.
Look, family, the way they're talking about this, this is them. This is their brainwashing attempt. Like, so basically, the way they're telling this story is for foundation Black Americans who might still or may they're clearly not delineating, right? But they're like unsure of what to call an African, like how to deal with Africans, whether to embrace African ancestry, whether to say, nah, I'm not that, like that. So like this broadcast that they're doing is for vulnerable, susceptible FBAs. That's it. They're tackling this with kid gloves. We're actually the same. You guys had the white T man enslavers. We had the white T man colonizers. So you see, the white T man was brutal to both of us. So we have more in common than you think. So we come together and address the white T man. This could be a beneficial to FBAs. Now they don't want to talk about how the white T man end up colonizing them. They don't want to talk about why the white T man enslaved us. They don't want to talk about how their hand is they got a bloody hand. They want to talk about that OJ glove that they dropped and they actually fitted their hand. You dig? They don't want to talk about that. But they want to blame everything on the white T man. Go ahead, finish. Tether.
African Americans that were enslaved. So the history brings up the different perspectives, you know, the way that we approach life or the way that we go about things may differ because of where we are all coming from.
Definitely.
So it's kind of one group was colonized and another group was enslaved. So the outcome or the way that we see
yeah, but how did we get enslaved though? Why y'all only tell it from we're enslaved? Why they only tell it from when we were enslaved? Talk about how they enslaved us. How did they get access to us? Tell that part.
Perspectives of life may differ from one group to the other. Right?
Definitely. And another thing is the different frameworks, as we may say, is that different frameworks of identity may have resulted as a result of our experiences, right? Our backgrounds are created fundamentally different ways of, and have created different ways of understanding, of ourselves and our place in the world because of.
Let me pause that. I'm gonna switch to my computer. I'm getting texts and everybody bothering me now that I'm live. People calling me. All right. Let me switch back to my computer real fast. But y'all see the fin flam? Like, good job. They're preparing this broadcast for vulnerable, susceptible tethers. No, I'm sorry, FBAs and tethers. All right, so why? Okay. All right, give me a second. Switch over to my laptop. Oh, okay, so it just disappears now. That shit is hilarious. Give me a second. Come on. Come on, Cletus. All right.
Experiences, right? Our backgrounds are created fundamentally different ways of, and have created different ways of understanding, of ourselves and our place in the world because of our backgrounds, right? And while African while African Americans forged their identity through resistance, to American racism, identities of the African people or African migrants, as we said, are also forged through the colonial resistance that we may have experienced in the past, right?
Yes, so like if you compare the two, it may be about the same. So like the slavery, they fought that slavery resistance. So you can see that there has been resistance on both sides. So maybe you can say that the
Okay, let me get that back. All right, so look, different frameworks of identity. Yo, there's a desk now. I wonder if they're gonna call themselves black and call us African. I wonder if they're gonna continue the bait and switch. All right. Oh, God, the white T man harmed us. The white T man harmed you and your family. They never invite us in these dialogues. Never. All Africans, when they talk about diaspora wars, they normally just talk to themselves. They got a sense of entitlement. They got a sense of they're the boss. They're the true one. They got the true history, and they're the teacher. And we should listen to them.
African Americans forged their identity through resistance, to American racism. Identities of the African people or African migrants, as we said, are also forged through the colonial resistance that we may have experienced in the past, right?
Yes, so like if you compare the two, it may be about the same. So like the slavery, they fought that slavery resistance. So you can see that there has been resistance on both sides. So maybe you can say,
Yeah, but the difference is you guys sold us to the white tea man. Had you not done that, we wouldn't be resisting white tea man slavery. We're not going to talk about that. Like, you think we're that dumb? Y'all can't read the room? Y'all don't see these FBA spaces reminding y'all of y'all dirty, dusty hand? Yo, they really think we're this gullible still, or ever. I don't know what the white tea man is like. They claim the white tea man be brainwashing them. Well, in that brainwashing, did they tell you that we're dumb and docile and we're just here for the taking?
say that the way that the slavery experience had been definitely differ from the colonial experience. So the two, you can see the resistance on both sides, but maybe the outcome or the experience or the way that the people felt may differ, right?
And more specifically, when we talk about what we call Jim Crow, which is historic narrative of the African American experience, that may have also done a.
They're going to make sure to call us, what I tell you, they're going to make sure to call us African American. Hey, family, y'all got to see at this point is disrespectful. The erasure has been started with them. They're erasing black. Black is gone to them. We're African American. Screw black. They're not even saying, now look, why do they call themselves Black Africans? Why won't they call us Black African Americans? But for us, they got to erase black, and for them, they got to add in black. This is sad and sick.
A lot to change the way African Americans in the diaspora actually, behave towards the African immigrants or African brothers and sisters, right? For the African Americans, Jim Crow and redlining, as well as multi-generational systemic racism, it's a huge thing. It's embedded in American institutions, and so the experiences are shaped by that. And for the African immigrants, as she said earlier too, it potentially is from what we think is slavery, right? And I'm sorry, colonialism. And colonialism has its own serious impact. But the key is that both of them have led to stereotypes. One group actually thinks the other group has some stereotypes against the other. I don't know how to say
told
it.
you. Yeah, exactly. You don't know how to say it. You don't know how to. No, it's not that you don't know how to say it. You don't know how to lie. You don't know how to lie correctly, my guy. Now,
Right? So African Americans have their
now all of a
own
sudden, I told you
stereotypes
it's going to
of
be look. Okay, bro, name our stereotypes. He's going to say African booty scratcher. Watch. Name our stereotypes. You guys don't have stereotypes. You guys got a belief system. You guys believe what you say about us. But what I would love to know our stereotypes against Africans. Please tell us.
African immigrants. And then African immigrants also have their own stereotypes against African Americans. And this is what is leading to an unhealthy form of relationship, which I think is the reason for our discussion. So we will spend some time and talk about some of the stereotypes, if there are, which I think there are actually. And so that is what do you think on that?
Yeah, so I think with the stereotypes, we can say that one group have some idea, about another group. So the African Americans may have their own thoughts.
Yeah, family, she can't even sit still. She's twisting and turning. Why don't you stop blabbering, stop babbling, and tell us, give us an example of some of these stereotypes that we have. They don't have none. All they're going to say is, well, when we were in elementary school, you called us African booty scratcher. Lying. Okay, well, don't you got to be here for that to happen? Okay. But you guys got stereotypes against us while you're still in Africa. or you fled somewhere else. Some of y'all never even been to America to experience us, but you still have the stereotypes. Can you explain that? Can you explain stereotypes while never interacting with us? They can't do it.
Or what they think the Africans are like, and Africans will have their own thoughts about how African Americans are. So there are these stereotypes that need to be addressed.
Yes, because we cannot heal any differences or.
Look, again, like I said, it's always when we're not in the room, they'll frame, same thing with what the retarded dude was doing. If they will frame an argument for us, straw man, and then argue against it, and then give their argument and don't really say much. Can you list the stereotypes that both of us have towards each other, if they exist? And they can't, that's why they're struggling. It doesn't. He's a doctor. He has a doctorate degree in some foolishness, but he can't articulate the stereotypes that Africans have for FBAs and FBAs have for Africans. They're struggling. This is an hour and some change video babbling.
Any problems without actually acknowledging that there are stereotypes. And some of the stereotypes, we don't have time to talk about them all, but some we have heard ourselves. Others we haven't heard ourselves, but at least we know they exist through the eyes of other people or what the other people say. And so those things inform the differences in how we treat each other. So it's a really interesting narrative if we look at some of the stereotypes that exist. When we start thinking about it, you probably haven't thought about it so much. But at least from my experience, every African immigrant has their own thoughts about who African Americans are. And I'm pretty sure, if we're going to be honest, African Americans also have their own thoughts about what African immigrants are. And
no, wait. Why would we wait? You just said African immigrants. So that means you're in the country. Why would we have thoughts about you? We already know who you are. Yeah, a bunch of docile people that don't ride for us for nothing. You stay to yourselves. You don't interact with us at all. You dig? We don't even see y'all nowhere. We don't see y'all at the bowling alley. We don't see y'all at sporting events. We don't see y'all at the movies. We don't see y'all at football. We don't see y'all, family. In my line, do we see Africans anywhere ever? And some of us live in the mecca of Africans, like New Jersey, New York, and we still don't see y'all. You dig? Like if you're gonna see them, family, it's probably at somewhere where they have to go to, like a gas station. You'll see them at places like that, and maybe like a Starbucks for coffee. But you rarely ever see an African. I know I rarely see them. They make sure to not be anywhere that FBAs will go.
Even for the larger immigrant community. But in our discussion here, we're just going to limit it to African relationship and the stereotypes. So we're just going to talk about some of the stereotypes, which is some of them are a little bit more sensitive. But again, we are just messengers, and that's why we have given you a chance to comment in the comment below if you disagree or if you agree. And a healthy discussion, that is how things happen, right? We agree to disagree. And that's how we
let's
do
hear the
it.
stereotypes, my guy. Let's hear them.
It becomes interesting. So we're going to go on with some of the stereotypes that are existing. So we're going to start with the first one. So we're going to talk about the African American stereotypes that we need to confront with. What are some of the African American stereotypes concerning African immigrants? If you want to start.
I think the first one that Africans really say about African American, the first point that they talk about is they are lazy.
Okay, so
and they feel so entitled.
Okay, explain yourself.
Wait.
So,
What? Yo, look, they're family. Her eyes are literally reading something. How can you have a sincere podcast to talk about to talk about sensitive information that's supposed to be from your heart? She's reading a screen. So you don't know in advance any stereotypes we have? You got to read a screen? You got to read a prompt, a teleprompt, a computer prompt, iPad prompt. You don't have it on your mind and your heart what we say about you guys. That could be considered a stereotype. You don't know. You got to somebody got to tell you what they are.
So I think the first one
Existing. So that's how we do it. That way it becomes interesting. So we're going to go on with some of the stereotypes that are existing. So we're going to start with the first one. So we're going to talk about the African American stereotypes that we need to confront with. What are some of the African American stereotypes concerning African immigrants?
So I think the first one that Africans really say about African American, the first point that they talk about is they are lazy.
Okay.
So okay, let's go with that. How did you learn that? Now, family, that's not a stereotype. That's hatred. That's black defamation. That is not a stereotype. That's why I represent BAD, Black Anti-Defamation. You dig? What she just said, that is not a stereotype. That is hate. What family? How do you say a whole race? No, not race. How do you say a whole lineage of people, a whole ethnic group is lazy? You got that from the whitey man. You're reading. I ain't saying the whitey man brainwashed them. I'm saying they're borrowing. This is willingly. This is willful behavior. They willfully took that talking point from whitey men. Whitey men ain't brainwashed them. Whitey men ain't recruit them. They willfully took that talking point and used it. And why did they do that? Because they're trying to appease whitey men, that they could be a trusted source.
And they feel so entitled.
Okay, explain yourself.
Yeah.
We feel entitled. Entitled to what? Entitled to our money? Entitled to our respect? Entitled to our constitutional rights? Yeah, you goddamn right we feel entitled. We feel entitled to our civil liberties that we've been deprived our entire existence in this country. You're right. We are entitled to our civil liberties, our constitutional rights, and our goddamn money. You're exactly right. What else are we entitled to? Or that we speak in title of? What are you talking about?
Yes, so like as African, you come to this country and you can see the opportunities in this place. You know, you are ready to change your life because of where you're coming from. You can see all these opportunities out there, and you come in and you are comfortable, and you may start going to school, doing all that, you know, coming here, hard worker, and you're ready to, you know, live your life. Then you look around and you see your brothers and sisters, you know, the African Americans not doing the same. So in your mind,
family, this is hatred. This ain't a stereotype. They look around, we're doing nothing. They come over here and work, she says. You don't see none of that. Now, she said lazy, family. You don't see. So when y'all in Nigeria, you don't see lazy. You see hard workers. So when you look around in Nigeria, you see hard workers. James, no, man, I'm playing a video. No, not right now, dude. I don't got time for psychobabble right now. Call back later when it's something more like comedic, when we want to laugh and troll. Not right now, dude. So she come to our country and she said they could look at us and say we're not taking advantage of opportunities. We are lazy. Now, these are the same tethers that claim that they know who Dr. Martin Luther King is. These are the same people. So all I gotta do is ask this tether. When she tell me that, yeah, we come to the country. Okay, ma'am, do you know who Dr. Martin Luther King is? Yeah. What is he best known for? The civil rights movement or the march? Okay. What were the two main talking points in the civil rights movement, the civil rights march? She's not gonna know. Okay. Legal discrimination and legal segregation. That was the main two things that our civil rights ancestors fought against: legal segregation and legal discrimination. Ma'am, if they have the right to legally discriminate us from work, all activities of life, and then legally segregate us, keep us confined in a certain area, an area of poverty, and then that's just that. We're not going to talk about the wealth they stole, blew up, sent highways through, and just took from us, eminent domain. We're not going to talk about that. We develop, ma'am, so that don't count for nothing. Ma'am, we have accomplished more in Black Americans, ma'am. We're lazy, right? We accomplished more in America than all of the island and all of 1.5 billion musty tethers combined. We have accomplished more than all of you guys combined. And you're saying we're lazy? You're looking at people who descend from Frederick Douglass, Dr. King, Booker T. Washington, George Washington Carver, and you're calling us lazy? You guys won't fight for nothing. You guys helped BP destroy Nigerians when they had the oil spills and the pipes leaking. You helped BP destroy your people. As a matter of fact, family, I'm gonna go into that. I'm gonna go into that.
Maybe due to ignorance or something like that, you feel like these people are lazy because I'm ready to work. I'm ready. I don't feel entitled. I feel like I've been given opportunity.
You're ready to work because you've been lazy your entire life in Nigeria. You fled your homeland. You didn't want to fix it. You're calling us lazy. We fix our problems. You don't fix, look like a damn baboon. You don't fix your problems. You run from them and you relocate. You start over. You inherit problems there. You flee. You relocate. You start over. You guys run from problems. You don't fix nothing. James, stop, man. You're starting to be annoying, bro. No, I'm not. You're not getting on right now, James. I said that earlier. Go away. Okay. So these tethers, look at the hatred. And look, and this is supposed to be diaspora wars or African American, nothing black about us here. Are African American and African immigrants enemies? Look, both of us African. Yo, they got us both as Africans. No, ma'am. This ain't African or African crime. It ain't that.
Opportunity, in this place, and I'm ready to work hard. So I'm coming in with that mentality, and I come and I look around and see African Americans not doing the same. So in my mind,
You heard her? You heard her? She said she came to America and she's seen 43 million, or the most her eyes can rest on. She's seen the lineage not working as hard as this tether. These tethers come over here and get all sorts of benefits that we're excluded from. We've always been excluded from benefits, programs and monies and things like resources. We always been excluded. We're excluded now. They're giving it to tethers like her entire lineage. But she got the nerve to say that when she rests her eyes on foundational Black Americans, all she's seen was lazy. She might as well said Akatas. She might as well said all she's seen was lazy Akatas. She might as well just said that.
I'm thinking that these people are lazy and they feel entitled.
Right. But the sad thing is you forget to know what experiences they have gone through. And you, as an immigrant, thinking you have opportunities, yeah, you may feel it's opportunities, but to some of those, to people who have been born here, who have endured years of discrimination and all that, you know, it's easy to quickly say that, oh, these people are lazy, because you think that hard work you're doing is taking you somewhere. But that is not the case. And as a matter of fact, the fact that you see a few African Americans around you in the neighborhood not doing well doesn't mean all African Americans are not doing well. That's some of the short-sightedness of some
Yeah. These are some disgusting booty scratches, yeah.
African immigrants too. They think that, hey, because this and this and this person in this neighborhood is not doing well, they are all not doing well. Now, you go to some neighborhoods in Maryland, some places, you can see many African Americans doing extremely well. So that is, again, that's what we call it. It's a stereotype. Stereotype means it's a label. It's not true. It's just created to, again, drive us apart. And as we go forward, we are actually going to explain why these stereotypes are there. And it will baffle you that, the institutions are there to make that happen so that we do not trust each other. But I don't want to get
No, don't blame the white man.
ahead of ourselves.
Don't blame the white man. Hey, sir, how do you explain you come into our homeland, don't know us at all, don't know the history of us and white man, and then you come up with stereotypes? That's crazy. We go to a homeland that's not ours. We naturally ask what happened when we see like the native people there, and we see it in Shams. If it's in Shams, we will ask the native, like, hey, what happened? Like, we're gonna automatically know that the whitey man or some type of Arab colonizer has something to do with the state of the country. That's how we talk, and that's how we observe things. We don't naturally go anywhere and say, you know what? Damn, over here is messed up. These people are lazy akatas. Oh my God, the Tethers. Oh, look how disgusting. And they poop in the streets. We know that there was something there's an outside force that most likely contributed to the conditions that we're seeing. We don't naturally go around blaming the natives for their failed state or their behind state. We know there's a story here. Okay? So, and then again, don't forget, they're coming to our homeland, fleeing. Now, a family, let's say if that's true. Let's say if what they're saying is true. They come over here and they see some docile foundational Black Americans. And then they thumb their nose up. Ma'am, let's compare and contrast. Let's compare docile foundational Black Americans that don't want to work to Nigerians who are sitting around and don't want to work. You guys give laziness a whole nother definition. Man, I got some videos, family, I don't really show like that don't paint their country in a positive light at all. And it's just history, it's just facts. But I'm gonna have to share some of this stuff. But family, this is hatred. This ain't no diaspora war or confusion or misunderstanding. This is hatred. We never look at, now I would love to know so I'm glad they're telling their stereotypes, which is their truth. Listen, it's not a stereotype for them. It's their truth. This is what they believe. She just said, look, a stereotype is something that you hear, but you really do not experience. You feel me? You don't know for sure. They're talking about their lived experience. They're coming over here and they're observing Black Americans, and they're seeing lazy people who don't take advantage of opportunities. That's not a stereotype. That's a lived experience. That's their truth. That's their truth. A stereotype is something that you heard or seen somewhere else, but you have not lived it. Once you lived it, it's no longer a stereotype. This is your truth.
So yeah, you are definitely right, and I agree with you. Some Africans are quick to judge and say that, hey, these people are not as serious about life. That's why I just came in and I'm doing well. And as a matter of fact, it's not just African immigrants. All immigrants may be thinking the same. Oh, we got these great opportunities and we just came and we did it. It's not like that. You got to be careful because you haven't experienced the experiences they go through. And as a matter of fact,
wait, you came and did what? They said we came and did. You did what? And not to mention, family, that they come over here as hyper selected. These folks are talking about their top 1%. So they're bragging about their brightest, most skilled, most educated people coming over here and outshining some Black Americans. They're bragging about that. Dude, send the average Nigerian over here. That dude would be a crackhead his second day. Okay? That dude would be an alcoholic his third day. He'll be a panhandler as soon as he get here. Take away the programs that was meant for us and don't give these guys not one of them. The HBCUs, all the grants, the all that stuff, scholarships, don't give them nothing that was intended for us. Like these guys, they really believe they come over here with $1.75 and they become a doctorate man or woman who bought a house and just 7 weeks later. Like they really believe that lie.
Of course, you see a few of them not doing well. Doesn't mean they are also not all doing well, or they are lazy. They are not lazy. But we're going to again speak more to that. So I think I agree with you on that point. That is the first thing, a stereotype that is in the immigrant community. I'm not going to even just link it to African immigrants. In the immigrant community, about our brothers and sisters of African origin who.
And then you want us to be pro-immigrant, right? If that's how all y'all believe, then what's the problem?
Have been here for longer than we have, right? Mm-hmm. And then the second stereotype is that the African Americans are disconnected from Africa. They are disconnected from Africa. Or I should say they don't have any lineage to where they come from. It fails to acknowledge the fact that, slavery deliberately severed cultural, linkages, to.
Can you explain how the slavery do that? Can you explain the slavery process? Can you explain Africans rounding us up, kidnapping us, taking us, stealing us, and then later selling us to the white man? Are you guys going to talk about that? Or are you guys just going to babble? Family, you can't have no honest conversations with none of these guys. Look at that. Look at the guy who called in. I said, sir, Marcus Garvey, I said this. I said, is scamming Black Americans good or bad? The dude couldn't even answer that question correctly and straightforward. Then he finally came around the corner and said something to an answer. Then I said, so now I'm hypothetical because he want to pretend that he don't know about Marcus Garvey. Now he's supposed to be FBA, right? And he's supposed to be big on Malcolm X. I'm going to contend that you're not going to find no FBA person in America who's a big fan of Malcolm X, especially Malcolm X Pan-African views. So let me be very clear. You're not going to, no foundation Black American is going to be really high on Malcolm X, and they themselves are Pan-African and they are high on Malcolm X Pan-Africanisms, and then say they don't know about Marcus Garvey, but acknowledge that Malcolm X dad was a Garveyite, and then that somehow that man doesn't think about Marcus Garvey, right? So we know he's full of shit. But even with that, I said, if Marcus Garvey sold stocks for a ship he does not own to Black Americans, is that good or bad? This dude said, well, it depends if his intentions were good and bad. So I said, bro, let's consider that too. Let's say if Marcus Garvey sold stocks to a ship he did not own to Black Americans with good intentions, is that scamming, yes or no? The dude cannot answer. Family, you're not going to get an honest conversation from nobody who are against FBAs. It's just impossible to do. So that's why it's important to ask them, hey, do you agree with our talking points? Delineation, let's just talk about that one. Once they say no, or do you agree with our position or self-identifying? Once they say no, I already know I will not have an honest conversation with this person going forward. They're gonna lie. They're gonna do the 4 T's. They're gonna twist, tiptoe, tap out, troll, all that.
Their homeland, to the extent that even, it's become a slur to tell an African American that go back to Africa. It's like we're insulting them.
Stop the cap.
Which shouldn't be. If somebody's
Oh yeah, it definitely insults us. We never been to Africa, so why would somebody tell us? I mean, but it would insult us if they said go back to Brazil. It will insult us if they said go back to Haiti, go back to Europe. To tell us to leave our homeland to go anywhere, that would be insulting. Why wouldn't it be? Go back to Mars, go back to hell, go back to heaven. All of that would be insulting. There's nothing to go back to. We are foundational Black Americans. And 1 second. Just 1 second. 1 second. This guy is completely full of it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Family. So Helen, the teacher, thank you very much. I think they call me teacher. Thank you very much for the $10 cash app. I'm gonna start keeping up with the cash apps. Okay, because I'll be talking so much that I don't hear the notification, but I actually had the phone in my lap. So it vibrated. So I've seen the notification. So those who send cash apps, I will read them as soon as I get them, or at least try. Okay. But I appreciate the $10 cash app to Lineage Love. I will make good use of that. Probably get some more. That chicken was so good yesterday, yeah. I'll probably go back and get some more of that chicken. Thank you for that. And like there's a spinach dip I want to get. So you know what I mean? You feed me right, I'm gonna teach you right. You dig? Thank you very much for that.
says that and you're proud of where you come from, it is good. But the legacy of slavery has severed that relationship. They have lost their names, their cultural identity. In fact, it's until recently.
You heard, listen to her ad lib. Oh, those poor kids, those lost people. Oh my God, they don't know who they are. That's all he's doing right now. Those poor people don't know who they are. Oh, they lost their identity. Listen to this.
It is good. But the legacy of slavery has severed that relationship. They have lost their names, their cultural identity. In fact, it's until recent breakthroughs in DNA and genetics that people have been able to trace their roots to where exactly they come from in Africa. Otherwise, they would not know. And it's no fault of their doing, but a lot of African immigrants do take that as a blanket label and say that, oh, those people, they don't want to know where they come from. They have severed their relationship.
Family, you see that? These people sold us over here. These people gave us the boots out of Africa. They gave us the boot of where we came from. These guys gathered us up from different tribes and gave us the boot to not know where we came from. And they're shocked that we don't acknowledge Africa at all today. And just to be quite frank, he wants to ignore an ethnogenesis. Now, look, I'm going to do the classic right. Now, he's not going to accept it. You know, I'm sure I knew the chat was cooking him. Yes, we FBAs are not to be undermined. Interesting. You have a diaspora conversation without an FBA participation. Let me see what their comment was. Oh, no. You open that soon? Yeah, because if I say I'll join his panel, he will pretend like he don't have time. But hey, I got to fit you in the schedule. That could be next year. So I'm not going to ask to be on his panel because he's going to act like that he don't have any time. So I'm going to invite him to my panel where I got time.
Which is not always the case. As a matter of fact, as we speak, a lot of African Americans are going back to Africa and linking. We have places where people are actually settling, especially in Ghana. We have African Americans.
I told you, man, this whole video is to come back home. In their mind, home is Africa. Come back home, you're African, nigga. Just like the thumbnail. Come back home, you're African, nigga. What's this FBA stuff? What's this stuff? There's no FBA. What's that stand? What's that, foundational black African? Or found you back to Africa? Finally, you're back in Africa? Your FBA stands to them. FBA stands for finally you're back in Africa. Finally, you're going back to Africa. You dig? What's this FBA stuff? You're not FBA, you're African. Unless that stands for finally you're going back to Africa. That's what they think. That's what's on their mind. So all of what he's saying just translate to you're African, nigga. They don't want to have no pushback. The minute we say, well, brother, no. Like in their mind, they can't afford to drop the ball. Like they really think there's a chance we want to be lied to, and we're going to romanticize Africa as heaven. Don't do that. Yeah, we're going to romanticize Africa now, and oh my God, Africa, you're right. Africa's so beautiful. I'm African. You're right. The fact that even having this conversation, they're disrespecting our unique ethnogenesis. They're pretending like the Haitians don't have their own history, their own lineage. They're pretending Haitians don't have their own lineage now and moved on. They are pretending the Brazilians haven't moved on and got their own ethnogenesis, right? It's only FBAs. We're the only lost people, not the Haitians, Jamaicans, not the thousands of islands, not the Brazilians, not nobody from Cuba, only Foundation Black Americans. Only we are lost and need to come back home. We're African, nigga. Only us, nobody else in the diaspora.
Settling there and doing very well, basically living their lives there as families and investing and doing good. So they want to know where they come from and they are building new relationships. There are some programs, I think there's some called Afro-Chella, Christmas programs that bring entertainment and, basically uniting Africans from the diaspora on African soil to have fun and do programs, So it is a blanket stereotype, which again is not always true. And you remember in the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, he established the year of return.
Not Ghana. They the man was that sodas. Wait, hold on. Now it's the year of return. Wait. What about the tree of never return? So we're just gonna have selective memory. We're gonna have selective memory. This guy said the year of return. What about the tree of never return? Which one should we believe? The year of no return, the year of return, or the year of no return? Yeah, y'all gotta be consistent, man. No. There's nowhere to return to. We're returning to our business. You dig? We're returning to our business, and that's here in America. We ain't got any. We don't have any African. We ain't leave. Let me just say it this way: we didn't leave anything in Africa. When you kicked us out, we were gone. Okay, our ethnogenesis started. We are foundational Black Americans. You are whatever you want to be, no problema. But there's one thing you're not. There's one thing we are. That's Black. You ain't Black. We're Black. You're African. We ain't African. Cool. We understand now.
The diaspora were invited back home to Africa and then be part of the continent in investment, culture, and the rest.
Family, what happened to all this? We're going to talk about the stereotypes of Africans, the stereotypes of Black Americans. Family, this turned to a commercial. This turned to a ad. Hey, this is brought to you by Prize Picks. This is brought to you by
And that's been
hold on.
going
Hey,
on
this
since
been
then every year.
relax. This been brought to you by so and so Airlines, Spirit Airlines. Yeah, just a quick reminder. We have discounts if you want to go to Africa. Go back to Ghana. We got discount. Yeah, this turned to an ad.
People go back. And so it is not true that they don't want to go back or they don't want to have relationship or they don't want to have anything to do with the continent. It is not.
Dude, this is called diaspora wars. Are African American African immigrants enemies? This ain't called the year of return. I remember the tree of no return. Okay, and I'm not going to forget that one. Our ancestors walked around it and they understood once they leave this shore, they're no longer Africans. They left that shore and they were totally disconnected from Africa. Nothing about them was ever African again. Okay, you guys stayed African. We became a genuine, beautiful lineage that accomplished many things, man. Many things. And now you want to tether onto that. No, sir. No, sir. Look, we're not wishing bad on you. Just go be great. Go be great. You dig? But we're going to do us. Let me give some lineage shout outs. We got, let me get this small font. We got, Jamores. We got Soulfully Sowing Seeds. We got Maria Burr, Mesha Brown, Tandria Williams. We have Lord Mall. We got Burnish Brash. We got Cultural Superpower, Sweet Butters. We got Fresh Always. Lord Mall says that back to Ghana was a farce. It was nothing more than a scam. Right. Man, Michael Blackson said y'all got him for $1 million. You missed me. Chad Smith in the building. Yeah, and it's the tree of forgetfulness. But shit, that's the same thing. Yeah, so now all of a sudden the year of return was a tree of forgetfulness. Black Titanic. We got who you got today? We got Novikia. We got I'm with Alice in the building. We got Claude Zandam in the building. We got Emmanuel Brito. We got Shy Quill Johnson. We got who else is in the building? We got Miss D 6 Women's Sports. Peace to you. Yes, they are weirdos. We have what's in the building? The chat is definitely litty. And that'd be the dope part. Okay, so let me make sure I don't miss nobody. The chat is definitely litty. Ricardo Flott is in the building. Almost missed you. And it won't let me go back so far. Okay, so I think we covered everybody. We had Shadows to Limelight. If you ain't here, make yourself noticeable. Yeah, so this low-key hatred from these folks that listen, man. Y'all just go be great, man. Leave us the hell alone. We got Salik Bay, $9.99 super chat. The lineage love in the building. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you, man. Like always, you are definitely been a reoccurring super chatter. Thank you very much. Right. We love our own FBA family. This other stuff they talking about, look, we don't hate y'all. We don't wish nothing, no harm on y'all. I'm actually saying go be great. Like that's my slogan. That's my phrase. Go be great. I don't hate you. Just go be great, man. But dude, right now it's a bad look, man. You're trying to sell us Africa. And I don't recall the title saying come back to Africa, repatriate, all this craziness.
True, but we Africans
or immigrants
have that idea that they don't.
Yeah. They called, they actually called revenue Tethers before I called them Tethers. So I'm gonna give them that. Yeah, so they call them Tethers, and I just took it. Yeah, so they were the first to call him Tethers over there on Tariq Radio. I actually got it from them. But Revenue was my guess first. I will say that. He came over here as Kwame. He got cooked, destroyed, and he changed his name and he rebranded himself as Revenue on Tariq Nasheed Radio.
I want to be linked.
We got Remush Mister. Peace to you.
Just a stereotype again. What do you think? Or you want to add anything to that?
And another one is like lack of achievement.
That's another stereotype.
When we come in, we are quick to say that, oh, these people have not achieved anything, you know, because the media out there do not really, you know, come up with names of people that have achieved anything. And all that we are hearing is the negative things about African Americans. So if you are not careful, you'll be quick to judge and to conclude that, oh, these people have not achieved anything. So we tend of label them as people that
hold on.
Nothing.
Hold.
You know,
not achieved.
How is that possible? How is that possible? All of what we did for Africa, how is that possible to even believe that lie? That founded Black Americans, like, yo, what? Wait, what? You gotta stop reading that prompt, man. You gotta start speaking that. You're being set up. I don't know who got you reading that prompt to say those lies, but yeah, you're gonna be the fall woman.
Americans. So
hey,
if
family,
you're not careful, you'll be quick to judge.
It's almost like they are POWs and they're being forced to read this teleprompt. She said, don't be quick. Like, they're really saying, hey, like, they're really talking to us like we're this special people like that. I'm talking about special ed people. Hey, Tethers, when you go to America, take it easy on them. We know they're dumb and lazy, but, you know, they're just lazy people. Don't beat them up because they're lazy. Just invite them back to the motherland. We'll get them some work here. We'll get them in Sierra Leone and fetch those diamonds, the blood. We got work for them. We don't put them in Sierra Leone and fetch those blood diamonds. We'll remove their hands if they get lazy on us. They really talking like we're just people who are just incapable of doing anything. We've never done anything. We have no rich history. We have not invented nothing that the world benefits from. We have not innovated things the world benefits from. We don't have patents and trademarks. We didn't generate money in a short period of time that nobody could ever say they did. They got this narrative that we're just helpless. Like, they switched the roles. That's you guys. You guys needed rice. You dig? You guys needed all this Bill Gates help. That's not an that's y'all. Yo, they are completely projecting their lives onto us. What's wrong with y'all, man? We eat at Smash Burger. We eat at Cookout. I know some of y'all restaurants out there. Cookout, you dig? What's my favorite one when I was down there? The chicken one. What's the chicken one? They got one up here now. Something. It sounds like Lane Kane, something like that. Kane chicken. Oh my God! Look, I gotta find. Yo, matter of fact, yeah. Hey man, yo, what's up, yo? Who want to treat me to that Kane chicken? There's one over here somewhere in Edison. Hey, cash at me. Let me experience the yo. That is the best fast food spot I probably ever ate from. And I'm not considering Smash Burger fast food because they got like a real dining in there. And I'm not really considering small Five Guys. Outside of Five Guys, outside of Smash Burger. That Kane, I think it's called Kane. That chicken I was eating in Georgia, that was the best fast food I can say I ever ate before. So if any, I heard we got one up here now, in over here where I'm at in Central Jersey. So if anybody wants your brother eating good, because I will definitely go there. God, yo, that chicken, I ate that damn near every day. Yeah, man. Dollar sign buys Ron treat your brother to some cane. I think it's called cane.
And to conclude that all these people.
Nah, it's not. It's not. It's way better than Chick-fil-A. Nah. Hold on. I gotta look this one up. Hold on. Yeah, it is called that. I didn't know the whole name. Yeah, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Yeah. Yo, oh my God. Yo, what the fuck? That's like crack. Oh my God, so good. Yeah, it got well, yeah, it's open. Hey, family, I'm gonna need some help. I'm gonna need to eat Cane's, Raising Cane's chicken fingers today. Go ahead and send some Cash App donations. Treat your brother just for today. Some cane. Yeah, I'm about to order some SHIT. You dig? Hey, James, I got a show going on, bro. I can't really dialogue, but what's up? It must be important. What's up, James? You can make it quick. Unmute, James. If you can make it very quick, short and sweet, I don't mind. I'm in a good mood. I just seen it's called Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. I knew it was Cane something. All right, so James don't want to come off mute now. All right, so now let's review this disrespect. Let's go. Raising Cane's Chicken. Let me see. That stuff is so damn good.
Have not achieved anything. So we tend of label them.
Cultural superpower, $3 super chat, super sticker, actually. Thank you for the love. Now, look, they're talking to, I mean, family, this is how white people used to talk about us. I'm talking about right after, like around the 80s. Around the 80s. I used to be like the only black kid in the school, or maybe two of us. And this is how they would talk to us. Like we're just helpless, starving little babies. Oh, you okay? Do your mom work? Yeah. Is food and yeah, we got food. Like, yeah, what the you think this is Africa? Yeah, you watching too many save the child videos? Nah, that's talking about Africa. I live in America. No, my mom worked. We got food. The hell wrong with you?
Them as people that have nothing,
not achieved
they have not
anything.
achieved anything, they have not accomplished anything, forgetting about the historical events that took place, that has really kept them
Like what?
down. And that has
Wait. But what about the things we built that didn't keep us down? What about the great societies we built? What about the Freedmen Bureau? What about Black Reconstruction? What about the Black Wall Street? What about the things we did? And what about so why not talk about the great things we did that you guys can't raise a hand to? You can't tie one shoelace.
It's not really highlighted their achievements out there. If you really take your time and go through the history or through the books, you'll be shocked or marveled about how much achievements these people have got with all.
Yeah, but why would you come to our homeland? Now, first of all, it's a lie to believe like this ain't Ethiopia. This ain't Sudan. You're not gonna come. This is not Bokoko in Nigeria. You're not gonna come here and see a whole bunch of starving black people. Like that's a lie. You're gonna see black people living in homes, walking and going to the store, spending money, got cash in their pocket. You're not gonna see nobody like on a broke, sitting around in like large, like how you see these Mexicans be looking for work like 1,000 deep on the front yard. That's not black society. So they claim that they're countering the stereotypes, but they're adding to the stereotypes.
All their struggles, the things that they've been able to achieve, but it's not out there. It's not glorified or said about. So you come in and you're not careful, you'll be judged to label them as
You'll be quick to label
you'll
them,
be
right?
very quick to label and say that these people are non-achievers. They don't
Yeah,
achieve.
but how would you come to our country and make that assessment? Like there's black Americans that's driving anything you guys can drive, own a house that you own. Like what gaslighting is this? What country, what state, what city are you guys coming to that you don't see successful Black Americans? Like, this is a complete lie.
They have not achieved anything. That will be
Yeah, exactly.
wrong thing to
White supremacist talking points. They definitely are. They was probably crying about the Alabama chair incident. Yeah, listen, we can't do. I said this before, Tariq Nasheed. That's why I think Big Brother be tapping in over here on a low. I said, because at first I used to get on the Caribbean and Africa at the same time. That I said, you know what? I'm gonna cut the Caribbean a break for now. Like, I'm gonna still call them out. But I said, I sense that negative, hateful, violent energy coming from Africa more so than the Caribbean. I said, yeah, I'm going to focus on the people who sold all of us, the Caribbean and FBAs. I'm going to focus on, like, those people are inherently dangerous as a collective, not as an individual, but as a collective. Like white folks. White folks individually ain't the worst people, but as a collective, they're very dangerous. History tells us that, and Africa as a collective are very dangerous, especially those sub-Saharan places. Very dangerous. They have a history of being dangerous towards FBAs.
say, because that's not all the story out there, because they are not saying it and it's not being celebrated. So people tend to look down on African Americans, thinking that they are non-achievers, but that's not true.
And hold on, how do you leave Nigeria? How do you leave Ghana? How do you leave the Congo? How do you leave Zimbabwe? How do you leave all these? I mean, I gotta say it now. Like, you open the window. How do you leave all those shithole countries and then say you look down on us, family? That's impossible. How do you leave? That's like a white person. How do you leave your disgusting, filthy trailer parks and look at Black Americans who are living 1,000 times better than that and say we're beneath you? See, when a white team man does that, we'll say, hey, man, they hate us. But when a Tether does it, we'll say, that's our brother. No, they hate us. They are one and the same. They hate us just as much. They just don't have the resources like the white team man have. If these booty scratchers had the same resources the white team man has, they would be just as bad or worse.
And the thing is, with that,
Ricardo, Fly, I'm real good at looking at people and can tell if they're reading. They're both reading. They're both reading from a script, a teleprompt, or a computer prompt.
Listen to that. They're actually some great scientists, great social liberators. We always hear about just Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, W.B. Du Bois.
Wait. So if you know about them, then how could you ever say we didn't accomplish? Like, why would any African think we didn't accomplish anything?
And a few of those, who fought for the struggle for emancipation, a struggle against Jim Crow, or struggle against all those
straight out of Makoko.
mistreatment and institutional racism and stuff like that. But in science, in the field of science, there are great achievers. If you want, we don't want to spend this time to go through all that. But
well, now you got to. You went through all the stereotypes. Hey, James, what you want to say? I got a show going on. If you want to add something real quick, and I got to keep with the show. It's a long video. I got an hour left.
Well, but you're doing a great job. I just want to ask you some questions about yourself, but I'll drop down. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I was wondering, have you ever shown your face?
Yeah, I show my face all the time. Why was that? I should, go to yesterday's broadcast, my guy. I'm not as ugly as you. Go to yesterday's broadcast. My camera's on. Okay, I look better than you, but believe that. But what's next one?
Well,
yeah, next one. And I got a Facebook. And I got a Facebook group. A Facebook thing is Ron Harrison. You can see how I look. I look better than you.
Nigga, I ain't trying to mac you.
Okay, yeah, but why when you asking to see my face though? That sounds like you're trying to mac me, my guy. That's some bussy stuff. And okay, by me getting on these tethers, is that a problem? Is that a problem? Is getting on tethers disrespecting us a problem? Dude, like 92 years old. Well, he looks 92. The dude my age, by the way. The dude is my age. He looks 92. That was just on camera yesterday. The hell why I got shit? Why I gotta be on here showing my face? No, I don't want y'all cropping my picture and posting that thing over there. Hell no. I know how y'all do. No. That's why I got a poof shiesty. No. I know exactly how y'all do. Y'all do Tariq the same way. I seen them do Alpha. What's his name? Alpha Network. I see Black Alpha Network. I see how they did him. I see how they did Afro Elite. No, I don't want to be part of that. You dig? Don't forget, I teach kids for a living. It's going to, I got an after school program. It's going to be in the beginning of like around August of this year. I can't have my picture float around because y'all tethers or doing shit like that. And I got kids, hell no, I got to explain to the kids. Hey, Mr. Harrison, what's this? Oh, that's tethers. What's a tether? Oh, shit. Hell no, bro. I got a real life to protect. Anyway,
inventors that are there, but again, they are not celebrated. People don't, some of them even create certain innovative ideas in science, but again, because of the system, their names are hidden. If you did a research under a professor and you came up with something, a professor's name will be published, especially if you are an African American, and you wouldn't ever hear their names. I heard of one African American that invented, a hydrogen powered cars.
all right. Okay. So anyway, wherever you about to go, if all that is known and publicly accessible, what justify a musty, dusty African if all that is publicly accessible and you dusty, musty people come over here and come up with stereotypes against us, how do you justify that? That means you want to be, you're ignoring things and you want to believe it. Now, if he said, hey man, we didn't know about Black Wall Street, we didn't know about it, still don't justify tethering, but I could get it. Dude, I could get why y'all dumb. But this guy said, we know about all your greatness, your accomplishments. We know you have ran circles around Mother Africa and the islands. Okay? So that means you guys want to believe those things.
Using water that instead of like using lithium ion batteries to power cars or using gasoline as an invention by an African American. I don't remember the name. And it is on the quiet. Nobody's saying anything until it becomes big known, and whoever championed the release or the use becomes, the name out there. And there are several other things that they have achieved. But if you are not educated, especially if you are not somebody who is educated, who reads a lot, you will just think that they don't do anything. And that is a stereotype that is, again, perpetuated by the system so that they will keep looking down on themselves. And then, those of us who are also from Africa will also keep looking down on ourselves, because if you know you are good, you potentially will lift your shoulders and begin to do great things. But if we keep telling you that you can't do anything, then of course you will become low and keep yourself.
Okay. Now the weirdo wanted to see me. A man, not a woman. A man wanted to see me. Okay. I'm in the car.
low and not amass too much or achieve anymore. But yeah, it's a stereotype that has to be bashed. It has to be completely removed. We have to celebrate those people, that have done a lot in the field of science, in the field of medicine. I don't want to mention names.
Oh my God, bro, come on.
I'm actually on both Africans, the inventions that we have done, they are not said because again, it is a systemic. It's not to celebrate you for you to feel so good about yourself. And we understand that's the world order. It's not just in America, it's everywhere.
No, it's not.
Because of the history of our existence.
Wait. No. In America, we don't control the education, my guy. We don't control the most powerful tool in America, which is media. So when our history is not told, it's because our government don't want it to be told, and they can suppress it, and they can change the narrative. But what about you guys? You guys control your government. You guys are your government. You're your police. You're your bankers. You're everybody. It's only you there. There's no such thing as racism in your country. It's only you guys there. Yeah, so no, we're not comparable. It's a false equivalence.
It is going on. So that label must also be squashed. That stereotype that they have not achieved anything is wrong. I mean, think about how
family. What stereotype? Now this guy's lying. We know our stereotypes. What stereotype is out there that we have never accomplished nothing? There's no such stereotype. We have never accomplished anything. This dude just made that bullshit up.
It is going on. So that label must also be squashed. That stereotype that they have not achieved anything is wrong.
That is not a stereotype of Black Americans. That's a projection. That's a stereotype of Tethers and Latinos in their country. That's y'all stereotype. That's not ours. That's y'all stereotype. Like when we think of third world country, we think of people sitting around not working. When you think of a third world country, the first thing you think of is no work and food scarcity. That's the two things you think of: no work and food scarcity. When you think of a third world country, we don't think of plentiful of work or unemployment, or massive employment. No, we think of unemployment and a shortage of food. Sally Struthers got to drop down some rice or something like that. We don't think of, wow, these guys are selling oranges and mangoes and bananas and they got all the natural resources. That's not what you think of. Like this guy's doing a bait and switch. Our stereotype is not we haven't accomplished anything, my guy. You're a fool to sit here and act like that's our stereotype. Yeah, very low wages. Being exploited by their own governments. sex trafficking, kidnapping, women genitalia mutilation. We think of that stuff. We think of it. Come on, man.
They have progressed since slavery, since the abolition of slavery.
The Observer Melanin, peace.
Less than 100 years.
Israelite,
see you. Look at how much they have progressed to the extent that even one of them has become a president.
Finch, if I said it right.
Talk about
Finch,
a very
peace.
minor group of people. If you talk about American population,
all right, let's go, man.
That is what we think is one of the stereotypes that can go for it. All right, so with that being said, we don't want to spend all the time.
There is no such thing as a stereotype that foundation Black Americans have never accomplished anything. Like no, even the most racist white person wouldn't even say some dumb shit like that.
Just the stereotypes on the African Americans. Let's go now to stereotypes which are also on the Africans, the African immigrant stereotypes that we also need to confront. So it's another thing that is also happening, right?
Yes. Yeah, so I think the first one that I would like to talk about would be the African Americans look at the Africans as being arrogant and elitist, right? They feel like
what? Where they getting these? Where they getting these stereotypes from? We don't look at Africans as being arrogant and elitist. Where they getting these bullet? What is this? How do you? family. Our culture is FBAs. Our practices. What we do is when we talk about somebody, we want them on or around us. If we talk about white people, we would rather tell them to their face. If we talk about Latinos, we would rather tell them to their faces, like we've done and always will continue to do. Even FBAs, if we want to tell an FBA something, we would rather it be done in person or to your face. God, what the hell are they talking about? A stereotype is they don't understand racism, siding with whiteness. Yet, listen, family, there's a big difference from a stereotype and a lived proof. What we know about Africans that come to America is a lived proof. That's not a stereotype. They don't be anywhere where we can intermix, intertwine, mix, nothing. We never see them. They purposely stay away from us. It's okay because they're weird anyway. You dig? Nobody. Yeah, I'm good. Listen, man, y'all can do what y'all want, but I'm good. I don't need to be cool and with no damn African. I'm good.
They are so like up there. They are cocky, and they think that their culture.
Yeah, my man said, yo, they are disrespecting us. Yeah, they said that we're gonna get some chicken. I think we got some, some chicken fingers from Cane's. We got some Cane's chicken fingers. I think the lineage looked this out for today. Hey, this dude said we believe they're cocky. And what about their culture?
Should be celebrated, and they feel good about themselves, and they see them. African Americans see Africans as being arrogant.
Wait, first of all, they're calling us African American. That's disrespectful. We're black people. They know it, we know it, but whatever. They want to tell us our stereotypes, but we don't have any stereotypes for you guys, man. We have a lived experience with you guys. We say you guys undermine us, cosplay us, sabotage things we do. Undermine, cosplay, sabotage. Okay? Sabotage, undermine, cosplay. SUC. Suck. We say you guys suck. You sabotage, undermine, and cosplay. Okay, that's what we say. That's not a stereotype. That's a lived experience. That's a lived proof. We say you guys suck. Sabotage, undermine, cosplay. That's it.
That's one group, though. Another
Musty
group also
babble.
looks down on
Piece
African
of Shelly.
immigrants, but we'll go to that
Shelly in the building. Yeah, musty babble.
after.
Yeah. So that could be the misinterpretation of cultural pride. Because as we talked about Africans being colonized, though they were colonized, they kept to their ethnic culture. So they did not lose their ethnicity and their culture. So they are stuck with it, and they have that cultural or national pride. So when they move from Africa and they come here, they want to hold on to that. They celebrate their culture. You can see them wearing their clothes.
You don't wear your clothes over here. You dress like us. Okay? You don't celebrate any African culture when you come to America. You guys try to assimilate as soon as you get here. Okay? You guys, look at you now. Where's your culture in you now? I got you. Y'all see my picture. I just showed my face. You see my culture. Our culture is hip hop. Where's your culture? You're not wearing your culture, my guy. You're wearing some other shit. Okay, so but no, we don't care about you guys embracing your culture, but you don't do it. You come over here and how can you cosplay with African dashikis on? How can you guys successfully cosplay with African head wraps? Like, come on, man, with musty underarms and ashy feet with sandals or flip flops. You can't cosplay successfully with that. So you guys come with lotion. You buy lotion here. You buy spray deodorant, or some of you buy root work.
Being excited about their foods, even they don't want go of the way that they eat, because they are proud of their culture and they hold on to that. So somebody looking from outside may see them as being arrogant. So that can be a stereotype, because you don't know the whole story. You tend to conclude that these people are arrogant, or they feel like they are all up there and they are elites in their own small way. But when they look from outside, they feel like you are nobody. So you should carry yourself as such. You should look down upon yourself, because for them, they see Africa as a place of misery and turmoil and all that. The African Americans see Africans, that way. So when they get to know us and they can see that, no, we really cherish certain things, and we value our culture. So they see us as being arrogant and elitist.
That's very sad too, right? Because you would think that would be something that they would celebrate and actually try to enjoy, because when you are able to feel linked to your culture, that is when people try to respect you more than to ignore your original culture. So maybe that.
Hey family, you heard the slick talk? People respect you more when you embrace your culture. When you ignore your culture, that's when you lose respect. One more time, Tether. I'm no longer musty.
And actually try to enjoy, because when you are able to feel linked to your culture, that is when people try to respect you more than to ignore your original culture. So maybe that's something that they can look back on and change, because
we could look, so them disrespecting us, we can change that by adopting our original culture. Okay, let's ask him. Let's go with it. What is our original culture? Now, he can't say African because that's 54 countries, sir. And he can't just say a country, because Nigeria, you have Igbo culture, you got Hausa culture, Fulani culture, Igbo culture. Which culture is ours? Or we just doing eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tethered flag by his toe and just grab it? The disrespect is on fleek, family. He said that if we look back and grab a culture from Africa, then Africans won't be so disrespectful. So it's our fault that they got the hate that they have within them, because we won't accept our original African musty, dusty, tethered, booty scratching culture, bushmeat, bussy, booty warrior culture.
if you look at all the other immigrant groups, they like say the Chinese Americans or the Japanese Americans or all the other groups, the Hispanic Americans and all that, none of them try to alienate themselves from the original culture. They all try to look.
You know why, you stupid Tether? Because they're all, you just said it, they're all immigrants. They came to my country with a culture already. Okay, but this is my country. I have my country's culture. So family, he said it. He said, look at the other immigrant groups. Right. Immigrant groups. Let's go back. Hold on. Stop. Immigrant groups. Let's go back.
Americans or to your culture. That is when people to feel linked to your culture. That is when people try to respect you more than to ignore your original culture. So maybe that's something that they can look back on and change, because if you look at all the other immigrant groups, they like say the Chinese Americans or the Japanese Americans or all the other groups, the Hispanic Americans and all that, none of them try to alienate themselves from the original culture. They all try to look like at least where they come from, and they
Hey, bro, they all look like us. I just rode yesterday when I was driving to where I go. I think I was going to Wawa. When I was going to Wawa, there was two Tether Latinos walking, and one had sweatpants on. He was sagging. So in his dusty boxers, that's trying to be like and dress like foundational Black Americans, my guy. They all look like us. They got fitted. If they from LA, they dress like the FBAs from California. If they're in the South, they dress like FBAs in the South. If they up north, they wear our stuff. We made Timberlands a thing. So if we made Air Force Ones a things up here in the north, Black Americans, you dig, throwback jerseys, all that stuff, all of you got from us. You don't wear your culture. All of you try to assimilate because you know how racist white people are. So the last thing a tether want to do is look like they don't come from America. You will get a Karen on your bumper so fast, so they all assimilate immediately. The fact they came over here a lot of times is an expression of their disdain for their country. Okay? So you don't want to look like what you ran from. So you're going to try to dress like an American, either white or foundational.
They feel a sense of pride in that, so they link to it. So I think
right,
that
soulfully
looking at Africans who are also celebrating their cultures and thinking they are proud, it's not the best. I would think that if anything, we should celebrate them and feel good about them so that you could also boast that you also have culture from where you come from.
But they can't relate to that culture.
Yeah, I forgot about that. They all wear Jordans, yo. Every last one of them. When I was working at this spot, one of the co-owners was an East Indian guy. He's wearing Jordans to work. I'm like, damn, this guy barely speak English, but he got a pair of Jordans on. Hilarious.
Away from them, right?
Yes. It was taken. It was, it's a sad case, and it's not easy as we are seeing it. But I think we have to start from somewhere. And one of these, the way we start is some of these conversations. How do we link those cultures? I know, yes, they are fully Americans, and even some of these Africans who have moved here are fully Americans now. But it's always good to always have a place where you can. Because European Americans, they look back to Europe and they celebrate, they wear their ties.
Yeah, who the hell is a European American? This guy said, yeah, well, European Americans, they always look back at sir, can you define what a European American is? Now, keep in mind, family, our whole existence in America, we lived around white people. Nobody can tell us about white people. And no immigrant can tell white people about us. We know each other, up and down, back and forth. So, bro, you're not about to you can lecture us on immigrants, but you're not about to lecture us on the white man, my guy. You're not about to do that.
And everything because it's from Europe, right? And it's fine. It's become the norm. But then if an African wears these traditional African dresses into a place, he may be looked down as a native, look weird. You know what I'm saying? So on one way, they feel like we are proud to do that. On the other side is looking down. But let's take that too.
Yeah.
To make it fair. Some of the African Americans also look down on Africans, African immigrants. They look at them with disdain.
Family, we don't look at we don't look at them at all. We don't even be around you guys. How are we looking at you with this thing? We're not even around you. You got your own enclaves. You do not live around us like that. Now, George Macon says some live around him, fine. But the average foundation Black American, we don't live around you guys to draw an assessment to say, hey, man, look, listen, man, dude, we don't think about you. I know that hurts, but that's a fact. And that's not a stereotype. We do not think about you guys at all, man. At all.
And it's sad because sometimes you don't know if they actually are doing it on purpose or if it is something that is coming out not knowing, you know. And I mean, if you see an African, don't look down on them because they are from Africa. You know, don't look down on anybody for that matter. Because remember, when people look down on you, you feel discriminated against. So why would you look down on another person, especially somebody who comes from the place where you were taken from?
Shadow.
You should actually appreciate them. But some,
bro, you're projecting. Cultural media, TV, Needle Swain, Shadow, Eric, peace, TYB, Enlightenment, Dummy, peace. Welcome. Projecting. He's just projecting. I never think about an African. Okay, they got our lineage in their mouth 24/7. Okay, they get no motion without mentioning our names, and it's always in a defamatory sense. So yes, we're going to respond. We're people who pull up and we show out. So yeah, you say our name, and we are there like Candyman. You dig? We are going to defend our lineage because we are defending against defamation in all ways, shapes, or form. We're not letting no defamation slide. And we're holding the defamator accountable. We're holding the defamer accountable as well of calling it out. And we just might cook your entire homeland. Depending on how bad you're defaming us, everybody might get it. The same way United States let something loose in Iran and whatever, everybody had to get it over one person. Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes you guys could be so disrespectful that your entire homeland got to get it. Sometimes your whole continent got to get it.
Sadly, it's a stereotype there. They look on you as a native, tribal people. Look at what kind of language are they speaking, looking at them with disdain, discriminating potentially against them, and not even becoming friends.
How the hell do we discriminate against an African? Yo, he act like we give the resources and we say, you're African? What's your last name? Okay, no resources. Nope, you can't come into this low income housing. Nope, you can't get welfare. Nope, no SNAP, no WIC. We're not in a position to, and you're not that serious for us to lose our job over a musty, come on.
With them because they feel weird, they look weird, they look too native or that kind of thing, so that is another stereotype on Africans or African immigrants that work against them, work against African Americans and against the African immigrants themselves. So it's not something that we can play with, and that it's a stereotype that needs to also be bashed. I don't know if you have anything to say on that.
Yeah, and we can say that maybe if we try to understand the Africans, because it's a new environment altogether.
Wait.
And they're coming in. So
say that one more time. It sounded like you said we're Africans. Let me rewind that because that can't slide.
It's a stereotype that needs to also be bashed. I don't know if you have anything to say on that.
Yeah, and we can say that maybe if we try to understand the Africans, because it's a new environment altogether, and they are coming in. So that's a coping mechanism. That's the way that they are able to cope, just to hold on to their culture. So like that's the only time that they can celebrate their culture, which they don't want to lose. So if you see them, acting certain way, it's not because they are arrogant or they just want to do anything. They just want to have a way to be able to survive on this new.
I have no idea what you're talking about. We don't think you're arrogant, and all the things that you claim. We see how those are lies.
In the new environment,
and it's not easy to assimilate as soon as you get to the US or wherever this to assimilate into order to think that we are arrogant. Let yourself lose. You are an American, but definitely let them be.
We don't think you're arrogant. Okay, we think you guys suck, and that stands for sabotage, undermine, and cosplay. That's it, and we know you do. We caught you.
Because eventually they learn themselves how to assimilate, and it's good for you to have a person that looks like you that seem to feel original. I don't know if that word is a good word to use, so that at least you can know that you are from somewhere, than to completely look down on them or look at them and say they are proud because of what they are doing. It's not like that. And we understand the experience is different because you don't have that link anymore.
Yeah.
You lost your names, you lost those things. But I would think that, these African universities, colleges would begin to adapt some of these things and teach. That way it will make more sense and it will make that a friendship.
Hey, bro, we don't need no more African study curriculums, my guy.
It will forge better friendship and relationships because we need them and they need us.
Right.
We
need each other.
We need each other to survive and not just that, to progress.
No. We've been surviving fine without an African tether ever immigrating to America. You need us to survive. You guys are in here small numbers, a fraction of us, our total population. We don't need you guys at all. Stop the cat.
Respect. You think we can go forward?
Yes.
So the other thing,
stereotype
is siding with whiteness. African Americans think that the Africans are quick to side with whiteness. And you want me to explain? Yeah, so by whiteness, and in fact, it's even in the African American communities too. Sometimes if you go to college, you go to high school, you go to college, you move to a good neighborhood. Some African Americans, even if you are African American, they would say that you think you are white. You are playing the white card. You are trying to be like white, as if only white people should, go to college and live in better neighborhoods and move from bad neighborhoods to, to good neighborhoods. There's nothing white about it. It's just trying to do well. So that's another negative stereotype, in which I say that it's not just against Africans or African immigrants. It's also against African Americans who try to strive to do better, and move out of, communities that are poverty-stricken, drug-related, crime and violence, and they try to move away. They look down on you, or they have a label that you are trying to play white. So I think that's one stereotype that they have for Africans. And it's natural for African immigrants who migrate here. Remember, an immigrant that has migrated here is one of the people who are, on a journey to better themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here. If they just want to, just live life anyhow, they will relax. So if somebody has migrated across the Atlantic and come to a place like America or the UK or wherever, you got to know that that person is there for a reason. And so they will try and go to college. They will try and live in the neighborhood. They have a reason to leave their mom and dad, or sometimes even their children, sometimes even their spouses, to come. They are not going to just live. They are striving to do better. And doing better shouldn't be a white thing. It's a humanity thing, no matter where you are. But I think it's a label that they give to the African immigrants.
And I think they label them that way because they feel like they don't really know the system. So if you really understand the system, you shouldn't be quick to side with the whites. So when they see the Africans doing that, they are like, these people are, are siding with the whites. There should be a little clash here and there. There shouldn't be like a fight or something, a confrontation with them. We shouldn't be too agreeable, with the things that they're saying, because we don't know the system, we don't know the culture. So they tend to label the Africans as being too white, because they are not familiar with the environment as much as they do. So that tends to be a stereotype. And I think another stereotype too will be because the Africans don't understand racism. So like they are quick to say that, these people don't know what had happened. So there is a label on the Africans that they don't get it. They don't understand where we are coming from.
Even discriminated against, you still work, you still do it.
Yes, so they think that, these people don't know how much we have suffered. They don't really get how much they've discriminated against us. But we may not know, because there are certain words that when it's spoken to me, I don't get offended. So maybe I can agree with them. Like, you being the N word. When somebody tells me that, I don't get,
you don't get easily
I don't
offended.
feel anything, But if you really understand the history
Of what they have endured,
so you wouldn't take it lightly at all. But somebody can tell me that and can get away with it because
somebody
I wouldn't have
asking
the
you,
same.
where do you come from? Right from hearing you, where you come from, where's that accent coming from? Indirectly letting you know you're not from here, even though you're a U.S. citizen, but they just want to point you to a place that you actually are not from here. No matter how many years you've been here, it could be 80 years, 40 years, and they will always, those are all minor things we see. But again, like she said, because our experiences are different, we may not all of us, we may not take it, so seriously like you would. And so you would think that we don't understand racism. Right. We do, but sometimes
because of our different experiences, we may not interpret it
easily
the same way.
Because it would hit an African American if somebody just told them, where do you come from? Trying to point to them that they are not from here. It would be a sad case. You can be pointed in the face because what do you mean? They are from here, and certain minor things that come across and we don't take offense with. Again, it's the experience. The same way with our experience, we were colonized, or African immigrants who have moved abroad, they were colonized for years, and the system of colonialism is different from slavery and Jim Crow. In the colonial system, the Europeans were on top. They make you do all you want to do. They will just take their wealth out, But in the American system, the slavery and Jim Crow, even though in Jim Crow they said that live here and we live here are separate but equal, it wasn't equal, and they could see it, and so people would fight and resist. But in the African, at that time, there was no resistance. Unless you were in the government, you wouldn't even know that somebody's cheating you. They were just siphoning them, all the wealth out, and so your experience is relaxed. Right. You just do.
Yeah, stop trying to sell us Africa. But let me read some comments because I know he's getting cooked in the comments. It says, "Who is not FBA? I'm from Arkansas, and do is my family generations in this country from Arkansas." Yeah, you know what happened? Well, I notice a lot with these African channels that want to talk about diaspora wars or FBAs, like they come into reality real fast. FBAs, we are very active. I will admit that every time I see a channel that's undermining us in a way, especially from an immigrant of the continent Africa, we be on their bumper. So I'm not even shocked. Let me see what this says right here. It says also some of your people from Africa and are in a Western countries. They say that we as Black Americans have white names and we are slaves. But look what our ancestors and people have accomplished, and we don't run or flee to other countries. We stand and fight for our rights in the land that our ancestors built. When our ancestors were brought here, this was not a country yet. Also, you are into tribalism. They spell tribe. I give them credit. In Africa, and you bring that mindset here to America. If it wasn't for Black American community in the 65, you all wouldn't have been allowed to come here because this country didn't want any group here but white people in this country. Facts. They hate to hear that. So now he replied. Let me see this reply. You're right. A lot of people don't know the history, and some do, but y'all act like you don't, and some do. But they intentionally they cover it or twist it for reasons better known to them. This is why we need to educate ourselves. Thank you for sharing. No problems, no worry. Yo, listen. That does not do anything for me. Okay. You're okay. All right. So they came back and wrote something else. I'll read that later. Let's get back.
With your poverty and make sure as long as but for you were dealing with it head on. Your neighbors, people you would demonstrate and people want to kill you, you'll be discriminated against at work. It's real. You saw it hand to face. You see it right there and then, and so your experiences make you react quickly to it. Our experiences, we're laid back, and then we fight our way through it.
Right.
Just like we fought to get independence in all those African countries. So it's understandable that a stereotype exists, that we don't understand racism and all of that. But definitely it is a unique perspective and stereotype.
Well, there's no way you could understand racism. Racism was directed towards Black Americans only. Like, how could, like you said, you guys experience I can't say the goddamn word, colonialism, right? You guys experienced that. We can't relate to that because we don't know what a colonizer is. We never met one before, but we met racist white folks, and that's it. You know, based off in slavery. So yeah, so we can't get with colonialism, and you guys can't get with racism, and it's okay. We're not pretending to understand what a colonizer is, what colonialism is. We're not pretending to understand that. I mean, we know what it means, but we don't know the experience. Like, we don't have experience on that, so we can't speak to it. But here's the thing though. You guys are at fault of your own colonizer, and you're at fault for our enslaver. You're the common denominator. Without you, there would be no colonizer for you, and there would be no enslaver for us. You ever thought about that, sir?
That we also have to deal with, because not all of us don't understand. Some people definitely can be offended if you talk to them in some way. But for the most part, people are laid back, especially because you're an
Sergeant King, peace.
immigrant. You don't want to cause trouble. You know, most immigrants are peaceful, you know, and we just take
Southern Breeze. Yeah, listen, it amuses me every time they speak about this, because before I even heard one word from them, I said, watch they try to act like it's mutual. And he surprised me trying to sell Africa. I didn't think they were that dumb in 2026, but he was trying to sell us Africa, and we should become Africans. That was hilarious.
take things easily, but you cannot, because you are from here and you don't want to be dealt with in that respect, right?
Them sell our eyes on him as well. Yeah, listen, this guy is a melanated Caucasian. He's a melanated white T man. That's all. He's an African white T man. You got white T man and you got African white T men. You got African white T women. This is an African white T man, and this is an African white T woman. I might refer to them as that going forward. You got white T man and you got African white T man and African white T women.
You are. All right. So I think that is a good place to go to the next one. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right. So what is the next thing that we are going to talk about then? We are saying that the stereotypes have some roots. So the roots of our stereotypes.
Here we go.
You know,
these family, this is going to be hilarious. Now look, they got to read this stuff. They got to read this stuff. We know it. Like we know the root of stuff. We don't got to read it. Like, these guys got to read the root of stuff. Okay, so now what is the why they blame the white T man? Oh my God, it's about to be hilarious. No accountability.
Harmful stereotypes didn't just emerge from nowhere. You know, what you believe, what we believe about you, they didn't just come from nowhere. It's a systemic thing, as I was saying. They are planted and nurtured by forces that profit from our division. So if we are going to continue to look at each other with some kind of an eye, it helps the division. And as long as we are divided, the worse we become. Because if we can put our differences aside and live as brothers and sisters, we can do huge things. I mean, imagine.
Like what? Go ahead. Imagine what?
Rich billionaires from the United States, African American origin, going back to Africa to set up huge companies. You know, look at.
He said, if we get together, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, these guys, they cannot hold their hate for us. Listen to this guy.
So if we are going to continue to look at each other with some kind of an eye, it helps the division. And as long as we are divided, the worse we become. Because if we can put our differences aside and live as brothers and sisters, we can do huge things. I mean,
Okay, so we can do huge things, right? If we put our differences aside and live as brothers and sisters, we can do huge things. What are the huge things, sir?
imagine rich billionaires from the United States, African American origin, going back to Africa to set up huge companies. You know, look at
Yo, how do we benefit from that, man? Yes. Yeah, okay. Yo, this dude just said we can do big, big things if we come together. And he expressed us, our billionaires, coming to Africa and building businesses for Africans. How do Foundation Black Americans benefit from those Foundation Black American billionaires? I got a different idea. How about your billionaires come to America and set up things for only foundational Black Americans, right? Or, you know, donate to our causes, our things. How about you do that? How about we do something together where we only benefit and you guys don't? He'd be like, man, you would hear, man, he would go crazy if you said that. You niggas, you're lazy. All the stereotypes he said that goes on, he would get them all out. This guy said, your billionaires come to Africa and build it up, and those are the great things we can do together. This guy is hilarious, yo. I mean, they're so predictable.
how good that would do. But if you're looking down on your African immigrants because you feel like they are proud, guess what? You're not going to probably do that. You know, so they are there.
Wait. Dude, we don't think you're proud. We're proud. We're proud to be Black. We got songs. We don't yo, these guys are crazy. They think we look at them as the epitome of the people. Y'all don't know. Y'all didn't get the memo? Yo, we think all y'all a bunch of cowards and y'all flee from your homeland the first chance y'all get. Y'all don't address no adversity. You didn't get the memo? Yeah, we think you guys are cowards to be 1.5 billion and let a handful of Arabs kick y'all ass and a less handful of white people kick y'all ass. We don't think highly of you guys. Yo, what? Yo, whoever y'all prompt and producer is, man, they got to stop lying to y'all. Hell, if there's a hierarchy, you guys are below. You guys not above. You ain't do shit compared to us. Come on. Yeah, and why she make those crazy facial expressions?
There to basically harm us all, and it is not what we want to do. And the question we need to ask is, who benefits? Who benefits when we are fighting each other? Who is
Sir, we're not fighting each other. You're fighting us. You're not on our mind at all. This is our country. We're 40 billion deep. You're about 400,000 deep. You're a significant. Most of us never lived with you, never experienced you, never had an African friend before. We know nothing about you. Don't care nothing about you. We're living our lives, and that's it. We're holding our government accountable. We don't worry about you guys. There's no fighting. There's infighting. There's no division. We never were together. Stop lying. Stop lying, my guy. And stop reading.
The ultimate beneficiary when we are fighting together. All right?
Yep.
And this leads to what
Pan-Arabs.
we think is the main reason, which is what we call the mother minority trap. The mother minority trap. You want to talk about?
So the tactic that they use, to trap us.
Wait. Who is the they? Okay, come on. Don't do us like that. The tactic that they use. See, family, they're playing on your unconscious and your subconscious. They want they without saying it, they want you to conclude it's the white T man. That's the they. So what I do is I say, who's the they? And everything falls apart from there. They fumble the bag from there.
Called the mother minority trap. The mother minority trap. You want to talk about?
So the tactic that they use, to trap us as minority here is they pitch us against each other. They pitch us against each other.
She can't even read English. That's like the 8th time he corrected her. At least get a woman who can read English. Get a tether who can read English.
Use, to trap us as minority here is they pitch us against each other. They pitch us against each other. So they will say
to do what? Pitch us together to do what? What are you talking about, man? You guys can't influence FBA society at all. That's why I asked somebody yesterday. Okay, not the other day. I'm gonna play the phone calls I got with these proximity tethers that be trying to cape for Africa and Africans. Like, yo, what? How can they help us? Tell me, how can an Africa? Okay, Africa. Okay, fine. You can help us out. Help us do what? Help us accomplish what? Go help us. These people fleeing homelands for help, but they can help us.
Like immigrants are hard workers than African Americans. So they're saying that the immigrants are.
There's no such thing as a hard-working immigrant. Okay, there's no such thing as a hard worker. You just work. What are you talking about? You just do what you're supposed to do. What's hard working? You agreed to do the job. You did it. And stop acting like hard working only applies to fleers.
Americans. So they're saying that the immigrants they praise them for being hard workers over African Americans, and
they're not being praised as hard workers. They're being praised because they're being exploited workers. Okay, you guys work in conditions and for wages we will never, and extremes we will never accept. That's what you're getting praised for. You're getting praised to be fools who will work under dangerous conditions. No SOPs, no OSHA, none of that stuff. No, you know how you get the labels, inflammatory, toxic. They work in conditions when nothing's labeled. No lockout, tag out. None of that. They work under dangerous conditions, extreme measures, brutality, violence, duress. You work in low wages. You work under that. That ain't hard working. That's hardly working. So, family, what I said was this. I said these folks don't work hard. They get worked hard. We work hard and you guys get worked hard because you're being exploited. Okay? That's my phrase. You guys don't work hard. We work hard. You get worked hard. There's a big difference.
Or they are lazy. So when they pitch us against each other, then one group will, feel like there is a competition between the two. And that's a trap that they are.
You're not insignificant numbers. There's no competition. You're a handful of tethers, and a lot of y'all getting deported right now. You got visas being revoked, denied. No, man. What's wrong with these folks, man?
Putting us in so that we don't really come together as one people. So when this trap is set, there is always how do we say it? Like animosity, against each other. So I see this person as
English. You sound like a goddamn illegal tether, man, with that broken English. Stop. You don't sound right. We can't even relate to that type of English, yo. When we hear that English, we automatically think illegal.
Enemy, and this person is not like me because they are praising me as an immigrant, and because of that I tend to look down on the African American, thinking that they are lazy.
Ma'am, the fact that you're still called an immigrant, we don't think highly of you. Believe that.
And they don't work as hard as we do. So that tactic is not
we know you don't work hard. We know you get worked hard. You're sent here to undermine all of the labor laws, labor wages that we fought for. That's why you're here, to repeal the civil rights fights. That's all. That's why you're here.
Benefiting us as one people is dividing us. So that's something that we have to pay attention to as Black, Black people, African Americans and immigrants.
She said it. Oh, wait, family. She said it. But I told you what they do. They call us African and they call themselves Black. Black immigrants, African Americans. We're African, they're Black. I told you guys, I was the first to say that before anybody. I told you what the erasure was. It was to Africanize us and to blackwash them. And that's why I said, and I kept saying it, we're repoing Black, they're not Black. I even got a whole song. Talking about we need to repo Black. We're the only Black people. Where that song at? You dig? I told you. All of them do this. Dr. Ancient Mama Mayat, Retarded Redry, Uncle Ruckus, Agent Unk, Dr. Ruxpin, they all consistently call us African while calling immigrants Black. I got a whole song that look at the lyrics. Look at this. This the FBA anthem. Look at the lyrics.
That show me subscribe. Make no mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
Make no mistake, we the only Black people. Y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you're Black repo, we taking it back. Why? Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks out from the slave, raiding attacks. I got a whole song.
We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
That is the FBA anthem. I got a whole song. Start off by saying, we the only Black people. Y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Y'all Black is repoed, we taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack. Y'all came from the slave raiding attacks. Like, come on, man. We built the foundation. Innovations are groundbreaking. Y'all ain't want to get down now. You around hating, faking, resonating down the ground, shaking. I got a whole song talking about they're tethering. You ain't that. Now all of a sudden they Black and we're African. The bait and switch, the erasure. Don't fall for it. Don't call them Black and don't allow them to call you African. Correct both. When they say Black immigrants, say African immigrants. And when they say African American, Black Americans. Always correct them. Never let them slide. Never let it slide. Always say you mean African immigrants. And always say you mean Black Americans when you're referring to us. Never let them slide.
As we are all one people. Mm-hmm. So if we don't pay attention, we are going to really fight each other. And that's a trap.
Yeah, and the impact of this minority trap is that it creates resentment between the groups.
Yes.
And then, we should be actually natural allies. Imagine, if I am an African and I migrate to the US, the person that should welcome me and be willing to open their doors to me is the African American.
Mm.
Because they can, I mean, if nothing at all, they look like me.
Mm.
You know, I mean, if I take my traditional dress off and I wear jeans, we are the same, right? So you would think that they would be the one. But then if that tension is created to pitch you and say that, oh, these people, you know, they are this, they are that. For example, when it says that the immigrants are taking black jobs, you know, if you are a black person and you see a black immigrant, you're
going to hate
these
the
people are
person.
taking my jobs. And so look at that. That is pitching one group against each other.
Yeah.
When it's not actually the case, you know. But again, it is the minority trap. It creates that clash between groups, you know, and set up some hierarchy. Indian immigrants feel this way, African immigrants feel this way, Hispanic immigrants feel this way. So there are classes. Always everyone trying to, you know, beat each other and become more white so that they will get more favor. That is a trap.
Like, if you think about it, we don't even have like British American. We don't have Polish American. We don't have, you know,
German American,
Russia American. You know, so if you think of the Europeans, they are white. They're considered whites. But when it comes to Africans, now we have African American and we have Black American. You know, why should that be? How come that the white is considered white and the black is not considered black? So they tend to divide us and create something that will cause us to fight each other and not to see ourselves as one people and be able to help and welcome one another. So like, if on the other hand, when the African Americans, now that we are inviting them to come over to Africa, when they go over there, we are listening to videos, right, about how when they get there, they feel so welcome. You know, they feel so accepted. And somebody was saying that they feel at home. They feel like they have come back home. So that welcome should be reciprocated when we come here to America, to the African Americans. But these people have tried to divide us so that we see ourselves as not one people, but as enemies, which is a trap.
It's a
and
trap.
We have to pay attention to that.
It is definitely a trap, and we got to pay attention to it, because that's divide and conquer right there. If you are divided and you pitch each other, you pitch one group against the other, then the common thing that could make you guys grow together becomes eroded because you are fighting each other. And that is exactly what we need to fight against. So we definitely need to move on to a place where we don't do that. And the other thing is that there's another group of people who do that, and that is the media. The media is another one that is responsible for some of these things, right? If you look at the news, and in fact, that's one thing that I remember before when I migrated here first. One of the things that baffled me was the way the media portrayed Africa. Oh my goodness. I mean, today is better because of internet, but in those days, you know, you couldn't watch any YouTube. There was no YouTube videos for you to see these great mansions and streets in Nigeria, or Lagos or Accra, for you to see that there's even a place like that. I mean, I can tell you, somebody actually asked me, so you guys actually live on trees?
How?
Somebody, and this is 1998. Somebody asked me that question here in the US, because the media has portrayed Africa as so bad, so bad. You know, it's the only thing that is published or said about Africa, it's the bad news. Nothing good comes from there. And again, that is another way to keep the black people feeling inferior, because if you know where you come from is good, then you're going to be proud about yourself. But if we constantly bombard you with images of where you come from as the worst place you have come from, then already, you know, you are going to be depressed.
Yeah.
Because you feel like, already you are being told you are not good enough. And where you come from is on fire. So where else can you, you know, and that is why it is very important for them to, you know, begin to change the narrative and avoid these systemic portrayals of Africa. Thank God for some YouTubers who are showing Africa now. Now people can stay here and look at the great. And if you haven't and you are watching, you're an African American, try it. Watch Wade Maya, whoever else.
All right. So he done ran down the whole tether doctrine. We look the same. We're the same. Same experiences. Same this. Same that. Same this. Bro, we are not the same, my guy. Okay? You got to stop lying, my guy. Okay? You got to stop lying, bro. We are not the same. We're FBA. We don't run away. We stay. Okay? We say, hey, that's what we do. You guys flee. Now, hold on 1 second. Let me get the Cash App tag back up there. You dig? Yeah. Dude, we are not the same, my guy. Stop the cap. You dig?
Else who covers Africa and see sub.
Oh, now we got the media fuels the fire. Hold on, I had to run myself to something to the bathroom. Hold on, me back up. Let me hear some of these lies. The media fuels the fire. You just said you. Wait, family, what media? Hold on. What Yahoo breaking news Tether said this? What media? AL, what media is he talking about? Yo, social media? Do you mean social media? What media? What newspaper? What social media? And that's you guys. The only media that fuels this is when you guys log into TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, and everything else. You guys, Instagram, social media. That's you guys. The media. You don't stop, you filthy tether.
Against. So we definitely need to move on to a place where we don't do that. And the other thing is that there's another group of people who do that, and that is the media. The media is another one that is responsible for some
Explain
of these
the media.
things, right? If you look at the news, and in fact, that's one thing that I remember before when I migrated here first. One of the things that baffled me was the way the media portrayed Africa. Oh my goodness. I mean, today is better because of.
Wait. That lie doesn't stand. Because when the Bugs Bunny show was showing the bunny with the bone in the nose, Black Americans were vocal about that. Like, we vocalized, hey, what are you doing? What are you talking about? We're not docile like y'all. When the media try to spin some things about Africa, make it look too ugly, we would say something. Yeah, these guys forgot. Again, in another song, it was us in the 80s or 90s. We wrote a story, journalism, about King Leopold III mutilating those Congolese people. We broke that story. How you talking about? This is before what you thought. Hold on. What is this guy talking about? George Washington Williams, okay? All right. Let's look at this. So disgusting liar, the media. Like we're dumb as them to listen to the media. But, oh yeah, the media said it. 1880, 1881, 64th OGA, Hamilton County, clergyman, editor, attorney, Republican. At that time, that was George Washington. His name George Washington. Abraham Lincoln. Okay, George Washington Williams was a late 19th century African. This is new. Oh, stop. What the fuck on the screen? This is new. This African. That's new. Black American journalist, lawyer, minister, and historian who wrote the first comprehensive history of, this term did not exist at that time, Black Americans from their own point of view, called the greatest. Wait, I don't even trust this. They keep saying African American. I don't trust this no more. Let's go somewhere else. Let me just try Wiki. Nope, that's the wrong one. All right, I don't really trust this red. It keep as African American agenda. But let's just go. Okay, so there he interviewed. But he won widespread fame with the publication of his book, which eventually led to an assignment by a press syndicate to write a series of articles from Europe. There he interviewed Belgium's King Leopold II about his newest territorial possession in the Congo. Williams later traveled to the Congo, hoping to find the Christian model of Benin rule that Leopold claimed he had established. What Williams actually saw moved him to produce what is regarded today as one of the seminal pieces of investigative journalism on human rights. In a published open letter to King Leopold in 1890, I was right, damn. Williams documented the massive enslavement, torture of killing of Africans by the king's subjects. Using eyewitness accounts, letters, and official records, Williams became the first to shatter. He's the first to shadow the king's carefully cultivated image of his rule of the African territory. The later created a furor. Hold on here. Throughout. Okay, go ahead and make a mess in the car. And I gotta back you. You about to make the biggest mess ever. Okay. So documented the massive enslavement, torture, and killing of Africans by the king's subjects using eyewitness accounts, letters, and official records. Williams became, I've read that. The letter created a furor throughout Europe and America. Newspapers on both continents called for thorough investigations, and the Belgian parliament wrestled over the king's veracity. The charges Williams brought against Leopold helped inspire an international human rights protest movement against Leopold's rule in the Congo. Upon completing his African journey, black journey, Williams contracted tuberculosis and died in Blackpool, England in 1891. What this guy talking about, man? We were the media. We ain't believe that shit. We was always caping for Africa against the white man. That is dude talking about we are docile like them. The media said so. King Leopold was the media. King Leopold said, nah, in the Congo is all good. We got Christian missionaries. Don't worry about it. They're taken care of. We treat them good. We all God's people. Man, he went over there and seen what was really going on and blew the whistleblower. We don't go along with media. We challenge media. Man, we're foundation Black Americans. We know white people lie. You don't. You believe they're honest saints who come to save you and bring rights. Sally Struthers and Salvation Army, Red Cross. You guys believe that. Because that's how you were introduced to the white man, as your hero. We were introduced a little different. Okay? A lot different. Not going with that lie.
Internet, but in those days, you couldn't watch any YouTube. There was no YouTube videos for you to see these great mansions and streets in Nigeria, or Lagos or Accra, for you to see that there's even a place like that. I mean, I can tell you, somebody actually asked me, so you guys actually live on trees?
How?
Somebody, and this is 1998. Somebody asked me that question here in the US, because the media has portrayed Africa as so bad, so bad. It's the only thing that is published or said about Africa, it's the bad news. Nothing good comes from there. And again, that is another way to keep the Black people feeling inferior, because if you know where you come from is good, then you're going to be proud about yourself. But if we constantly...
Family, he keep disrespecting us and keep saying we come from Africa. He keeps saying that over. This is why the chat was cooking him like, yo, how you talk about FBAs but don't have one on your panel? He said, we'll do that soon. You'll never do that. And when he does that, he's going to have one of those agents, Dr. Ancient Mama Mayat, Dr. Ruxpin, ain't Uncle Ruckus, Agent Unc. Like he gonna have one of those Pan-Africans on there, one of those Daffy Ducks boys. When he have an FB over there, I guarantee you they'll be part of DAFA, the Daffy Ducks boys and girls. He ain't gonna have no FBA on there, no self-proclaiming FBA on there. He ain't gonna do that. Keep calling us African. Yeah, that's a goddamn lie. He know he ain't gonna have no FBA on there. He's not gonna have no self-proclaiming FBA on this panel. Talking this we are African bullshit, African culture. And I would like to be the first. You dig? Because after hearing this, yeah, please have me on there.
Bombard you with images of where you come from as the worst place you have come from, then already, you are going to be depressed.
Yeah.
Because you feel like, already you are being told you are not good enough, and where you come from is on fire. So where else can you, and that is why it is very important for them to, begin to change the narrative and avoid these systemic portrayals of Africa. Thank God for some YouTubers who are showing Africa now. Now people can stay here and look at the great. And if you haven't, and you are watching an African American, try it. Watch Wademaya.
Hey family, this dusty, musty tether is pretending that we ain't know about Africa. We only thought what he thinks we thought. What do you do? Sit down, man. Weirdo African.
Whoever else who covers Africa, and see how beautiful it is. Because the media, they will tell you only the bad stuff. And if you feel good about where you are from, it boosts your confidence. Right. And then bring it into our discussion.
Guy,
you will relate to
media doesn't mention Africa at all. You're referencing the wrong country. You might be talking about the UK, Canada, the other countries you flee to. Maybe they're doing that. But America ain't certainly painting no disgusting tether image on you guys. You are doing that for yourselves by scamming the world, okay?
Who come from there better. And the must will go down because you feel good about somebody who comes from where you come from, because you know where you come from is good. And I'm telling you, we are from there. And if it was that bad, we would tell you. And ask your brothers and sisters who have visited Africa and see. It's not as bad as the news media would tell you. They fuel these things with it's like, I mean,
dude, we've seen the video, my guy. There's shanty towns out there, my guy. Stop it. This is Wakanda bullshit. Stop it. The King of Zamunda. We've seen the video. We know you in the streets letting it go like a damn dog. Dude, we've seen it. Stop it.
And the person that asked me, I told them, and I flew on the airline that landed on a tree. That's ridiculous. And I'm not kidding. Somebody did it. And it's not their fault. Because the media has conditioned them to believe a certain narrative.
Yeah, the media made us believe that you didn't catch a plane. Stop it, you stupid. Like, this is him undermining us. That's why I say, bro, you suck. You sabotage, undermine, and cosplay us. You suck. S-U-C.
Until now. The first time I saw a skyscraper in the news here is when there was a terrorist bombing in Nairobi in the 90s. I think it was in the early 2000s or 90s. Right. And I'm like, the first time they're showing that there are tall buildings in Africa that were bombed. That was because it was bombed.
We don't show Africa at all, man. The hell wrong with you, bro? We don't watch nothing. We watch shows over here, bro. We don't watch no show with Africa in it. God damn. Wakanda, that was it, man. Planet of the Apes, some shit like that. That's it, man. The Lion Kings. That's it, bro. Stop it, bro. You guys are not important to us. Evidently, you're not important to nobody in the country. Aptoso says DNA cannot specify geographic specificity. No such thing as African DNA. Exactly. And there's no such thing as DNA telling you who you are or naming you. People name themselves. That's why, again, I would say click the link for these African booty scratchers or these proximity tethers who's caping for Africans, but as you see, we're not going to have an honest conversation with them. They're going to buck dance.
Otherwise, they will only show you the Maasai people who are walking in dust. They will show you places where people are being afflicted with flies and hunger. That's the only thing that you see. So the media is doing a lot to separate us. So the narrative is...
that's not separating nobody. Mike, what the fuck you talking about? We're never... Okay, how can they separate people who are never together? That's like, yo, but when the media show China, Iran, same shit. No, it shows where y'all need help at. Y'all need donations, my guy. And you took those donations when we sent them over there. Stop it.
It's there. And so it is something that we have to, have to open your eyes and make yourself know. Thank God for the internet. Right now, you can go online and search and see things for yourself. So you won't have to be always relying on this thing right now.
Yeah, and also like on TV, if you the war-torn areas, you see the children that are barefooted with the protruding stomach, and covered.
Yeah, okay. Explain the war-torn country. Is that fake? Is that AI? Don't be ashamed at what we're seeing. It's your shit. Okay, unless it's AI, stop it. The bellies of flies, that's real flies, real bellies. That's why you got a fling over here. Your shit ain't great, man. Our shit great. That's why we ain't going nowhere. Stop trying to sell us. We not going, bro. Stop trying to sell us Africa.
With flies, and you see the mothers lying like on the beach. Like you can see that there is poverty everywhere. But the person that asks you about how you got to America, they forget that when the people are going there, to video and to take pictures, they take plane and they land in an airport.
They were asking about living on trees.
How?
And I don't blame them. Again, it's the media. That's what I'm saying. Even here today, you go to any of these major places, you will never see a tarred road or a skyscraper or a beautiful house shown on TV in the news. No. I'm challenging you right now. You go and search on CNN or any of these major places. They will not show you. The only time they'll show you if there was a bomb there and they're covering, then you see, there was a tall building.
Yeah, that's important. That's going to make news, a damn bomb.
There.
Even that one, they won't highlight it.
Yeah, they won't highlight it. They will just talk about the bad thing. And again, maybe it's unconscious. But
wait a minute. But what do your news say? Where's the African news to show us the Wakanda?
I feel like it's a conscious and deliberate way to put people thinking bad only about Africa. I mean, in the US, you have some bad places, but when we see US on TV, I never saw those bad places. So,
okay, so your move. So your comment says, "What are the definitions of foundation or foundational?" I can answer that. I know it's what holds up the structure, but what else? Hey, click the link. Click the link. So now you ask the question. That means you want us to answer it. Now, what you cannot do on this channel, in the chat, is ask a question and then don't want to answer. So, Sandra Agi, I need you to click the link, or I gotta get rid of you. So, Sandra, there's a link. Matter of fact, let me just post it again for you. Sandra, you asked the question. Now let me answer it. There's a Zoom link right there. Let me tag Sandra. Yeah, that's the link. Damn, she hauled ass that fast? Yo, she hauled ass. Oh my God. Yo, damn, yo, this Africa video is cooking her. Oh no, okay. Lilla. There's a link. Let me answer that question for you, Lilla. Lilla also goes by Sandra Agi. Okay. Yeah, Sandra, we're on it fast. So Lilla, whose name is really Sandra Agi. click the link and ask the question. Okay. Or I gotta look at it as you're trolling, and I gotta get rid of you. Okay, so please just go ahead and just click the link, Sandra, and ask your question real time. I'll answer it.
Again, it's deliberate too. I only saw New York City, the deliberate tall skyscrapers and stuff in the movies. They will show you these buildings, and you are like, oh my goodness. But they don't show you all the things. So it's not a fair comparison. And again, it's the media who is doing that. I don't think they have been paid to do that, but either consciously or unconsciously, they are pitching us against our brothers and sisters. And that leads it to another reason why these stereotypes are there, which is the scarcity mindset. We don't want to spend too much time there, but that is another one that we need to talk about, the scarcity mindset. You want to start with that one, me too?
Yes, so with the scarcity, they have created this scenario that we have a very small space or small slots, few slots for minorities, so when they create the scenario and in a class of 100 they want to take only 5 minorities, it becomes very competitive. So when you are in such environment, there is always competition. Few people are chosen, so I want to be part of the few. So I'm not going to help my brother, I'm not going to help my neighbor, because if
Ma'am, you're not our brother, you're not our neighbor. You're just an African fleeing to America. Stop it. It's not that damn deep.
Help them, there is going to competition. They are going to compete with me for that small slot. So if you're in high school, you're going to get into college and they are taking only 5 in the Ivy Leagues colleges. There is likely that I'm going to keep to myself, study alone, so that I will be picked.
So basically, there becomes the competition between African immigrants and African Americans, right? Because if it's we're giving 5 slots to minorities, and minorities happen to be African Americans and all other minorities who are here,
Asians,
yes, then it becomes a competition,
right?
And so the African Americans become pitched against other minority groups, which it's again really sad, but it shouldn't be. Now they're saying that it's just merit based, but again, if you have
projection
a parent or uncle or somebody who are trying tokenism, it's one day, even in the movie, sometimes I watch it.
They said we got the scarcity mindset of people who come from a land full of scarcity everything, and we're in the land that's abundant of everything, a capitalist fucking society, and we got the scarcity mindset. That's a projection. You guys got the scarcity mindset. You guys with the flies on your bellies because you're hungry. You're the guys with the war-torn cities like you talked about. You got the scarcity. There's no unemployment in your country. There's no welfare. There's no charity, all these things in your country. The hell, no donation 501c3. No, ain't none of that there. Nonprofits. Y'all got the scarcity mindset.
Funny. They'll make that one black person be the judge, or that one black person be the good cop, and everybody else is white.
Yeah, but you're not black. You're African. We're black.
Right? Or everybody else is another race, just to show that we are giving some slot. But the key is that when you just make it just one, then you make competition so great. Why not open it up for more? Competition becomes a lot. And then the immigrant who is also black becomes the person who is looked at as a competitor, potentially taking your slot. And that's pitching us or pitching them against us, which is all not good for our unity, which would eventually be what we need to do. So hopefully they'll change, but until it changes, we got to be smart about thinking about these things and fighting them, peacefully, so that we become the brothers and sisters that we are. What's the other one?
House and access, right? So there's a redlining So there are certain zip code that when you stay, you are regarded more than other zip codes. So there will be a red line, artificial line, but if you're not from here, you don't really see it,
And
right?
then the black people can go there. But, if you are trying to buy a property, it will be limited for you to, even the agents may not take you to look at properties.
So see, family, they are exposing themselves. They lied earlier and said, oh yeah, we don't know your history. We got to learn it. Family, do not let these tethers lie to you. They study us up and down. How else could they cosplay? They study us up and down. Then they'll come on our platform and say, yo, what is a tether? Like, sure, you don't know. Sure.
Over there because they feel like you don't belong there.
Yes, you don't belong.
And that is a sad case. That's a sad case.
And limited financial resource.
And then limited financial resource. Recently, the new government that we are in did away with all those benefits that had been set up for minority businesses, which helped not just black people but even white women. But they took it out and said that federal government is not going to help anybody like that. It's just going to be bidding or whatever. It's for everybody, which it would be good if everybody was playing by the same rules, But again, when you have restrictions as to who will get what, how many people will get what in terms of the minority groups, then the competition becomes high, and then people become, thinking that others are enemies because they are blocking their chances, which may not actually be the case. It's just because the chances are limited. Any other group becomes an enemy. And unfortunately, that is what some people think, right? So what is the next one? So what is the real cost of these stereotypes and these things that we are seeing among these groups of people? The real cost is in a lot of ways, but we're going to run through them because of time. The first one is economic impact, right? Our division actually blocks us from working and harnessing our potentials together in business partnerships and the rest. If we are divided, we can't do anything together. I see the movie Coming to America, right? Look at this rich African prince coming to America. Imagine if I had brought billions of dollars from where I came from. I would be willing to, work with other African Americans here to make big business. But if I have a stereotypical view of you, then of course I'm not going to do that. In the same way, if I had brought some intellect, I brought some ideas, and you could harness my idea because of where I'm also coming from. An African American will say that, oh, these people, they are proud. These people, they are poor. These people, look at where they come. Then it will not happen. So it is economically, it is actually working against us. And then also we have...
and also on the other hand, if somebody is rich here as African American, right? Because there is not that a unity, or we don't regard each other so much, there is no way that they are going to look into the continent Africa to go and invest over there. Because they don't trust us. They don't know much about our culture. They don't care so much about us. So getting the money here, they don't see any reason to invest anywhere because they don't feel like they belong, or we are not one, or we are not together. They'd rather stay here and do things here, disregarding their roots, because they don't see us as one. So not only on one side, the other side too is also impacted economically.
And you have people like Bill Gates, who has dedicated his philanthropy into Africa. Recently, he has actually promised more investments in Africa, for maternal health, to help people give birth and not die. This is a rich white person who is doing that. I'm yet to see a rich black person investing in a place like that in Africa. I haven't seen any.
Bro, we're not going to do it, man. Let the white man go play hero and save a tether. They've been doing that for the longest. They've been playing save a tether with you guys. You just said that when there's a bait and switch. When they come over there, or it's a symbiotic relationship. When they don't touch that. when they go over there and they feed you guys, they also want pictures of you guys in your condition when they feed you. You know, they want a photo op. So you can't get mad at the images that come out when you accept the money, when you accept the rice. They want pictures. They want to show, hey, this is philanthropy. Look what I'm doing in Africa. I'm saving tethers. So they're going to take a picture of you guys in your tether desperate position, your scarcity position, because you guys got the scarcity mindset, not us. So yeah, so when white tea man come over there and feed you, he's going to take a picture of you starving with your belly out with flies around you to show how they are humanitarians. They are the true humanitarians, okay? It's a photo op, dummies. All right, so I'm going to end up switching to my phone again because I want to play the other tethers.
Oprah invested
Oprah is doing good. Yes, you're right.
in a whole girls program in South Africa. South Africa. I think she adopted whole group, a whole class, something invested
We need
in
more
the
than
girls.
that, though. We need
So
more
we have
because there are
other
several
rich
people.
here.
I mean, some of these people can open whole universities, whole medical clinics. You know, I know there are some people doing it. I've seen another video on YouTube where somebody also built a whole hospital. Some people are doing it, but these are some of the things that you know, fostering unity could bring development across the continent, and not just there, but here too. But we need to be active in doing that. So let's talk about the next one is what the real cost is of political power. Imagine if we forged unity, and you have a voting bloc in the African immigrant population backing, you know, the African American cause in terms of elections and stuff. Because African American cause is our cause. Our children are African Americans. You know, well, first generation may be African immigrants, but once they are born here, they are you.
Yep.
And so,
Oh, no, the hell you're not. Oh, y'all heard that, family? Once they're born here, they're us. No. And that's exactly why we're delineating. That right there. My man said they come over here as tethers, and once they get citizenship, naturalized, whatever, they become us. No, you don't. And that's the, see, that thought right there is why we're delineating. And see, family, he just told on himself. That's why they will never respect FBAs. Because he believes once they have a baby over here, their baby become us. No, the hell, your baby is a tether in Africa. It's a tether in America. Your baby does not become an FBA. You out your goddamn mind, buddy.
African American cause in terms of elections and stuff. Because African American cause is our cause. Our children are African Americans. You know, well, first generation may be African immigrants, but once they are born here, they are you.
Yeah.
And so we should be able to harness this voting bloc. And the way to do that is to foster unity, you know.
Yo, that was some slick logic. They become you. Yeah, all right. All right, yeah. And when a hyena have a hyena baby in Africa, it becomes a lion. Sure.
Right from the get-go. But if we get our...
Matter of fact, if hyenas take an old lion's den and have their babies over there, all of a sudden they're lions. No, they're still hyenas. No matter what you do in life, my guy, you will always be African. You'll always be musty. And that's just, you got to live with that, my guy. You know what I mean? I don't make the rules.
Ourselves removed into separate corners and blame each other for certain things that don't even exist, then we lose that power in terms of political to be able to do things together and win some of the things that we want to talk about.
And also, if we see like the immigrants as whitewashed, you know, there are certain policies that we will feel that they are going to go do against us because we don't feel like we are one. But if we think as one people, it's likely that our policies may align and we may go for the same thing and we increase our voting power and our power here. But because overall the population, I think you said that we are not that many. But if we see the Africans as part of us, we increase our power here for sure.
Definitely. Then that's something.
Yeah, and we're not Voltron, you dig? We're not Constructicons. We ain't forming nothing. We ain't combining. We ain't forming. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, but that ain't gonna work. All right, y'all might as well create. Y'all might as well come with a whole new blueprint. But that right there, nah, that ain't happening.
That we really need to look at. All right, so the next real cost of this division is the real cost to family and social bonds. You know, the real cost to family and social bonds. That's another huge one. You know, I rarely see intermarriages between the African and the African American families. Few happening, you know, and I know of a few since my being here that has been successful. Sometimes, I mean, I know marriages don't last as long here generally. So that being said, some of these marriages don't last at all, and they are not a lot. To be frank, they are not a lot, you know. And so that is something that is costing us because of these stereotypes that we have of each other, you know. We don't date ourselves. We don't marry ourselves. We have certain prejudices against, you know, if you marry an African American woman, they are tough. They are going to make sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it from my phone, but that guy is disrespectful. Okay, I'm gonna play a little of the Unk and them, the Dr. Mayat and Unk, their little agenda that they got against us.
First of all, Christianity wasn't even a global religion. I think this is germane to the conversation, Dr. Mayat. It's a social cultural system. It's a breakaway from Judaism, right? Christianity was a Jewish sect, okay, that eventually broke away. At no point was it a global system. It's a cultural, social system for particular groups of people. You can just read the text, okay? And when you read the text, it's not a global system. It does not become global until the Europeans apply it globally, and they do things like this. They say we can enslave those inhabitants and take the souls to Christ. So now y'all done gave everybody a soul.
Facts.
So the last thing I'm saying is, so you talking about particular groups of people, you can just read the text, okay? And when you read the text, it's not a global system. It does not become global until the Europeans apply it globally, and they do think we can inhabitants and take the souls to Christ. So now y'all done gave everybody.
Okay, yeah, he got this thing about religion. He's known for that. His name is Unk, the God Killer, the Proud Atheist, whatever. Let's go further. Like he's upset. He is into weird things. He's into like debating religion, proving God doesn't exist, and he's into he's a fake scientist. So whatever he's talking about, he's going to bring it back to some type of religion and some type of fake science analogy or analysis.
To do documentary, I can do that. I don't gotta go to Africa.
No concept, because you keep saying African sold African. She's like, no, it's no concept, and she goes on to say that it was a business.
Okay, now you see that, right? So now we can't say Africans so Africans because, okay, see. Okay, so we're not allowed to say Africans so Africans because they'll say, well, Africa is a continent, but meanwhile, they'll say we're African. They'll say we got continental DNA. Well, you got African genetics. Wait, you just said African was a continent. And there's no such concept. So these guys cherry pick and they gatekeep on who can say African and who can't say African. No, Africans sold us, my guy. I'm 10 toes on that. They did. And that's a fact. We're not just like how you say Europeans bought us. You don't be specific. You guys say the white man, European whitey man, and we're saying the black whitey man. I'm sorry. No. The African whitey man. We're saying the African whitey man. Okay, you talk about whitey man being this monolithic creature, then we're gonna say African African whitey man as a monolithic creature. We're playing the same game you're playing.
You know, it was like, you know, it was like it was a business. You know, it wasn't no concept.
It's part of their system. It's part of their social cultural system. You have to get into the intricacies of that system to know what's the difference between when colonial powers did it. Were there any differences? I think it's a great educational spot for those who had the time to do it. But he's a funny guy with that one though.
Yeah, wow. then he's like, I'm gonna play it again, and he plays it again. And
I don't play it anymore.
Look, hold on, let's go back. Hold on. So he goes. Hold on.
Did he? Why he must have watched it first?
Let me see what he says right here.
Version of Wakandization of Africa.
Being black or being white has become an issue precisely.
Let me get through this one.
For a number of historical reasons, and one of the main historical reasons has to do with the inequality that has come about because of the slave trade.
The inequality that has come about because of the slave trade that was created in part by Africans in Africa that sold us here has created the concept of black and white that is most anchored here in America. And we're going to then redefine our identity in a reaching aspiration of a fantastical version of Wakandization of Africa. And I got to deal with people who have no idea that it even exists and will likely never go to the place, but always dream about going there for no other reason than because.
And them two right there on the screen, romanticize it, dream about it, but will never go. Those two cowards right there. And they're going to sit there and act like something Tone Talk is saying is incorrect.
They don't know what to love.
So he's saying that we're defining ourselves based on a Wakandanization of Africa.
Yes, you are.
Not understanding that we chose the term Africa.
No. He understands. We're smart. We're smart. We understand what we're saying. You guys are choosing. That's why you claim Egypt. You try to claim the best part of Africa. You didn't claim Makoko. You didn't claim Sudan like that. Senegal, all the shitty places. No, you guys claim what you thought was the best part. You guys claim Egypt. That's what your name is. Dr. Mayat. Mayat, the Egyptian term, and Ankh, A-N-K-A-H. A-N-K-H. That's an African term. That their names was from their names were African, but the best parts of Africa. The richest and most technological parts of Africa. They named themselves after that Africa, not Makoko. Okay, so no, he's right. You guys named yourself after Africa, the Wakandization of Africa. Okay, what you thought was Egypt.
Because we don't know exactly where we come from in Africa, and in two, because the African American is an amalgamation of various.
I told you, hey family, listen to them. They're going to keep now. They're doing it. She just said African American. They're going to hey family, they're never going to call us black people. So don't even brace yourself. They're never going to. If they do it, it's a slip of the tongue. It's going to be rare. They're going to always call us African American. They're erasing our black. And watch when they mention these tethers, they're going to call them black immigrants or black Africans. Listen to what I'm saying. They're going to call us African American every chance they get. They'll never call us black. But when they get a chance to identify musty tethers, they're going to call them black. Listen.
African ethnicities. I don't understand, Brother Ankh, why I'm in Africa. And in two, because the African American is an amalgamation of various African ethnicities. I don't understand, Brother Ankh, why that's hard to understand.
Say that again one more time. An amalgamation of what?
We are
now everybody know Ankh isn't illiterate. He has no idea what she's saying. Okay, he has no idea what that meant.
Amalgamation of various African ethnicities. So I mean, that's why he chose African American. One, we don't know we're from. We don't know the exact ethnicity.
Who chose that? They're saying Jesse Jackson. Who gives Jesse Jackson the right to call us something, to choose something? Something he just can forge that on top of us? No, we did not accept that. We rejected it, and we don't respect that. We don't respect that. We do not respect that. I'm gonna say it over and over and over. We do not respect that. Okay, nobody has the right to just call us something outside of our name. Okay, we were black. Jesse Jackson called us something. He didn't enhance black. He didn't add to it. He took black away and called us African American, something we were not ever calling ourselves, never. Okay, so Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed came back behind them to get us away from that trick bag language and bring us back to our Americanness. Now, Tariq name was more aligned with black. Okay, I think even I'm just guessing, but I think when Yvette Carnell came up with ADOS, that was not supposed to be right. I'm guessing. I don't know this to be true, but it felt like when she came up with ADOS, that was supposed to be our legal term for or our disaggregated term for reparations. I don't know if she intended that to be our ethnonym, our permanent ethnonym. It turned out that way now, but I don't know if that was the intentions from the beginning. I don't know. It don't matter. I think ADOS is a beautiful term, but make no mistake, foundational Black American, that was intended to be our ethnonym from the beginning. Okay, so Tariq stayed with the naming, the framing of the name, Black American. He put foundational there to separate us from recent immigrants, and foundational did what? It expressed, it emphasized that we built the country and no immigrant did.
From which all of us, all of us are amalgamation, first of all, of various African ethnicities. And no, we aren't clear on where we descended from exactly, and we don't know. And then we're a mixture of so many, African
Maybe we came from Mars. Maybe it's Mars.
No, how about we came from America? That's why America is in our name. Nothing about us is African, my guy. Okay, we're American, and that makes what they're saying. Okay, family, by their logic, they are forced to come after all of the islands in the diaspora, and Haiti and Brazil and all of the Americas. Come after all of those Hispanics and say, hey, all of you guys gotta call yourself African something, because all of your ancestors were part of the transatlantic slave trade that couldn't happen without Africa's hand. Africa musty underarms. Couldn't happen without that. It couldn't happen without Africa's musty underarms extending, pushing foundational Black Americans into a ship. Okay, so yeah, so that logic is stupid, because then you're asking, hey, why aren't everybody else hopping on this? If what she's saying is true, then there should have been push for other descendants of Africa to claim Africa in their national name or ethnonym. That never happened. Okay, because it was about getting the Black Americans, right? Co-opting them, sabotaging them, undermining them, cosplaying them. That's why I say you suck. Literally, that's the acronym, SUC. Sabotage, undermine, cosplay.
Somewhere, maybe somewhere in America. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's that. Is that what he trying? Like I cannot. That's that. Come on, man. Come on. That's why we chose that to give homage, right? Because that's what slavery does. It breaks away the very fabric of your humanity. Part of your humanity is understanding who you are, right? Who, what, when, where, and why, right? You know that's humane for us to do. It puts you in a state of different traditions. I talked about this a while ago on how we carry on certain cultural practices without even knowing it, not even understanding it. It's embedded, right? But the point is, we lost all that. Matter of fact, the funny part about it with the voodoo joke that the lady tried and got upset about, you know, it was illegal to practice your social cultural system in America. It's illegal. You couldn't raise an altar to your ancestors. That's why Haiti was so successful, not because it had a magical power, but what it did was it caused the unity, an unbreakable force of unity and working togetherness and having a purpose. That's why it's important to treat each individual, right, as an individual.
Yeah, and I want to say this. Someone said, I challenge you to debate Tariq on Pan-Africanism versus FBA delineation. I don't think.
Wait, hold on. Challenge. Forget about Tariq. I dare y'all to challenge me, but and they know they won't do that. I already beat up Unc. Private calls, live panel calls, his panel, my panel, done them, killed them, you know, dug them up, killed them again, deleted him, whatever. The dude is an idiot. The dude is an idiot. Dr. Mayat won't even have this conversation outside of her circle. Like, she's no different. She's a proximity tether, by the way. All she does is get a panel to talk, a panel of Pan-Africans, a bunch of Daffy Ducks, and talk about FBAs all day long without ever having a representative of FBA. And when she try to have one or two, she'll have 1,000 Pan-African Daffy Ducks right there. It's never just her. She's gonna invite the whole Daffy Ducks.
I don't like FBA delineate. FBA delineation isn't an ideology. Pan-Africanism is an actual ideology. So why are you asking for an ideology versus what would you call delineation? I guess an action, a prerogative, you know, an action, a prerogative, a choice. Like, what are we talking about here, right? Like, if someone chooses, you know, to delineate, that's a choice. People say, I want to delineate, and that's their choice. Like, they can. Why is that being put against an actual ideology? FBA delineation is not an actual.
Well, okay, what they're saying is, you know what they're saying. You're saying FBA's, we're standing on business, right? Our own business. We're not worried about the affairs of Africa. That's what they're asking. They're saying debate Tariq Nasheed on the affairs of Africa versus the affairs in America. Which one should we be focused on? Okay, that's what the person asking. You know, primarily our own stuff or Africa, or split with Africa, our own stuff. That's what they're asking. You know that.
Ideology, right? Like, I'm just trying to understand what are we doing here? You know,
I mean, every time they say, I'm just trying to understand, help me. This is all gaslighting. That's gaslighting languages. Help me understand what we're doing here. I need to know. Stop it. She is a real demon, yo. Real demon.
Again, I think that people have an issue with understanding nationality, ethnicity, and ideology, and understanding that
nobody who proclaims to be FBA has an issue or confused about those three things. We know about that and more, thanks to channels like myself.
You and I can share the same ethnicity, nationality, and still subscribe to different ideologies. I don't get that.
Yeah, of course you don't. But Pan-Africanism is your religion. Okay, that's more than ideology. It's your theology. It's your religion.
I never understood why anybody thought that the colonial powers that end up.
Here we go. Colonial powers, family. When they start saying colonial powers as FBA, they are pandering towards Pan-African theology, religion. Black Americans don't know what a colonizer is. That's some African stuff. We know about enslavers, okay? We don't know what a colonizer is. We don't have no recollection. Just like we have no recollection of Africa. We only know about enslavers. Okay, that's it. Enslavers.
Bringing people from Africa to the Americas.
Notice how they skipped the trade. Like I said, I don't know if it's the crack, because he admitted that he smoked crack for 20, 30 years. And I don't think you can ever be normal after smoking crack that damn long. Okay? This guy is purposely undermining us with stupid shit like this. But no problem. This video got no views. Nobody will ever see it. No problem.
Didn't know who the hell who they was. You ain't get delineate. You was already that. When you had that ethnogenesis. Listen to what I'm saying.
No. I'm gonna skip past you. You're stupid. Let me hear the doctorate agent over there. The agent doctor agent. Let me hear what she got to say. I'm not interested in you, my friend. Because he's definitely proximity tethering.
Going to a court.
No. Not trying to. No. That was already beat up. No. I already beat this up, family.
No.
This is a disingenuous devil.
Everybody.
No. Let's get past him.
Socially, culturally.
Africanisms. You know, the African cultural elements that exist in African American culture. But I can understand the point. We would have to unpack that. But I would say I would lean towards, I'm thinking about those Africanisms. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I tell you what, our food, the way we eat our food, I'm just saying that the dishes we choose, just listen to me.
What we doing?
I fast forward that because he's trying to pretend the way we eat, prepare our food is African. So I'm just skipping past that nonsense.
Putting the shoes around the lights, the shrine.
Okay, stop. We're not fucking African, man. Stop.
Nobody sold any slaves.
Here we go.
Where Woman King that
Here we go. Cook.
So ADOS, that's why they created it. It's a political awakening. But hold on.
We go through it together. 310-388-3499. You're welcome to call in.
And they're never going to call in. I'm different. I'm a different breed. FBAs, we don't flee, we stay. Okay? I call in. Y'all heard me? I'm going to play it sometime, maybe tomorrow. When I called in Star Report Show, I went in. He was impressed. He wants me to come back, call back, whatever. So, yeah. So, no, we pull up. These guys just talk privately in their spaces. They're afraid to talk on somebody else's platform where they can't control the narrative and they're forced to answer questions.
If you feel otherwise, understand. When I showed this documentary initially, it was in context of what? The Woman King. So one of the vestiges, one of the branches that comes off of the African Americanization of Black folks in America is a recreation as though the roots narrative where we were just stolen off nobody sold any slaves.
Right.
Where Woman King.
That is that agent right there at the bottom of the screen, on the left bottom of the screen. That agent argued with me one day that we were just stolen from white people. There was no slave trade. We were just stolen. White folks just snuck into Africa, tiptoed out there, tiptoed through the tulips, and kidnapped 12 to 50 million of us, and nobody noticed.
That recreated the narrative around the Dahomey tribe, who were mass slave traders, gets erased and replaced with a Black Panther Wakandization of the history of what happened to your family.
Oh, that's what happened with that? Oh, I'm so glad I ain't watched that. Yeah, I already know white T-man and black white T-man. Oh, I'm sorry. White T-man and African white T-man are in cahoots with each other. Like, they're both trying to sell us on this African stuff.
What happened to your family was an atrocity. But it was not an atrocity just done by white folk. They led the way. It was an atrocity at the hands of people that have family members that are still in Africa benefiting. This term, African American, is a process, in my view, of erasing that. Can I talk today?
Yes.
Can
yes.
I didn't make just the woman king flop. I made it so that they were not going to recreate.
Right. I'm glad it flopped.
As one example, the character played by Viola, as if she didn't mass murder, as if she didn't slit the throat of slaves on the boat. That's in the history books. She was not a hero, and you're not going to tell me that. So I guess what I'm saying to you is when we look at this concept of African American that Jesse Jackson left behind, to me, it harkens to a broken legacy, a legacy that decided that it was just going to make up a story in many ways. Not only that, it was going to tell us that Africa was more country than continent and more continent than broken up place.
I don't think people mix that up. I think people are clear.
No. They mix it up. I know. You both you sold out. Okay, we heard you earlier. Who was all in for delineation and the need for it and everything. Now she with this agent. He got her employed. Now all of a sudden with the same agency, and all of a sudden she don't understand and stopped it.
African is a
how the Reverend Jesse Jackson helped popularize the term African American. The Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died Tuesday at age 84.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna restream this right here because I think this is a good job. Where he was cooking on Jesse Jackson. Yeah, I'm gonna restream that probably tomorrow.
Help push for the widespread usage of the term African American as a way to reclaim cultural identity.
Right.
To reclaim cultural identity.
Right.
These people have no idea what they're saying. They just are using fantastical terms as if we were lost then found once they gave us a term that did no research to figure out what the term was going to be. They didn't research this term. They just decided.
Wow.
To be called African American.
He's cooking. Yeah. That crackhead Unc. Yeah, that dude is a complete agent. Like at least Dr. Mayat be trying to cosplay like she's still with us. This dude is a complete agent.
Cultural integrity. It puts us in our proper historical context. Jackson said at the time, every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some base, some historical cultural base.
Thank you. Go left.
I agree with that 100%.
In the chat.
He said that because she said that. Shut up.
Why you stop reading that?
No, he gonna keep on going. He gonna keep on.
Stupid. She paused it. Why he stopped reading that? Like he got something to hide. It's this retarded guy. The guy who can't read is the one who can't read is asking why the guy who could read why he stopped reading that. He's gonna finish, stupid. Yo, we got nothing to hide, man. We are wholly transparent. You guys got the shit to hide. Okay, you guys are on the wrong side of history, not us.
This clip again, I want you to think about what Jesse Jackson was quoted saying right there in the context of this clip, and let me know.
No, I'm not. I can't play the clip again. I don't. Yeah, but let's see what Dr. John Henry.
No. I'm good. I don't want to know nothing about this agent. I don't respect John. I don't respect this dude at all. This dude confessed, openly admitted in his own lecture. This coon right here, he openly admitted in his own lecture, come over here, that he have no problem plagiarizing history to protect those he like. Okay. They don't have the red card here. No. Yeah, so I'm not interested at all. This guy openly admitted that he plagiarized his own work. So certain people don't look too bad in history. He admitted to that. So I'm good with him. I don't want to hear nothing he got to say. I don't respect this coon at all. He might be a damn tether. I'm not gonna listen to now. One word this coon says. Let's hear what Dr. Clark. He ain't no damn. And by the way, family, he has no doctor degree. He made that shit up because that was a cool thing to do with illiterate people. Okay, just to say they're a doctor when they're not. It's to gain attention. Hey, sit down. It's to gain attention, to gain trust from the masses. If you say you're a doctor, people will listen to you more than they would if you did not say that. Sit down. So I'm definitely not gonna play this right here.
Live on this earth, we're essentially an African thing.
Watch, it was 25 minutes. And then he said, Brother Ankh, blackness tells you, what do you say? It tells you, it doesn't tell you who you look like, but it doesn't tell you who you are.
Yeah,
Then he said,
state of mind, like a state of mind.
yeah, he said,
Can't hear.
But he said, but we really are African people. He said, no matter where you are in the world. Yeah. And then he said that Afro-American would be the more suitable term for us. Then I wonder what people are going to say. Now, Dr. John Henry Clark, who is what people would consider an African-American, Black American, FBA, he's one of us. What are y'all going to
So, listen. His eyes are wide open. Once you become scientific
oh my God! I told you, family. We could be talking about the NBA. We could be talking about the OKC defending champions versus Cade Cunningham, and he's going to somehow talk about scientific literacy, and he's illiterate, and he's going to somehow talk about vaccines and evolution. No, they're going to get chicken. He's going to talk about evolution and chicken. I mean, that's chicken. I'm getting chicken. He's going to talk about, like, he can't keep up with conversation. He got to keep, because this is not his lane. So he's going to go back and talk about something like evolution. He's going to talk about religion. He's going to talk about vaccines. He's going to talk about something like that. Dude, there's no place for that right now, my guy. There's no science, ain't no scientific literacy. We're talking about history. We're talking about sociology. We're talking about that stuff.
Not, tell you. The ADOS.
And we definitely don't want to hear science from an illiterate. So you can miss me with that.
Like if somebody chooses, whatever moniker you choose to subscribe to, that's on you. Okay. And I'm at a point, Brother Ankh, I'm at a point, if people want to be pretendians, I'm sorry, I meant to say Indians. If people want to be Indians, I'm gonna let them have it too. You know what I mean? Like, pretending. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to be, if you think.
I told you, family. All she is trying to do right now is just be disrespectful. Yeah, this is hot. Touch it. It's hot. Okay. I'm getting that too. Sit down. I'm getting that too.
That you are indigenous and you are a Native American.
There you go.
You know what? There you go, Ankh. I'm at a point. It's you have the right. And that's where I'm at. You have the right to do that. Exactly. If you say you're a Native American, but I do want to go here, Brother Ankh.
Where you going there? You had some powerful clips right there. I've never seen that before.
Which part? You just seen all of it. What you talking?
I ain't seen my man with the ADOS. I didn't thought.
Tone talks.
Yeah, I always thought that was wild anyway. From day one, I thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah,
the whole thing. Me, I never made. I say, so you mean tell me the people, the borders over here don't know who we are? They gonna let some Nigerians trick them and get the money?
You kept saying that to me when I was like, yes, there yet where I'm getting.
When our children.
Again, we still have
enough
to understand
lies that at least it's a very
their bags and heading for the United States.
I don't know if that's self, whatever you want.
Yeah, look at this crazy dude right here. It's 19 right now. This is 1990. This dude is dressing like he's a POW. Hey, let that go. The dude is dressed like he's a POW in the Iranian War. This is 1990, and look how he's dressing. And this is when he sold us out. He started to claim African Americanism. This is when he started to sell us out. Get past that.
Right? Isaac, Stanford, and George. My great grandfather. My grandpa right here. See, I know where I'm at, the Jones family, right? So I'm clear on who I am. And everybody got to fit in this world the way they see fit. Right?
Right.
I never
Hold on real quick. Nabzy, you go produce your own. I'm busy doing other things. You go produce your own. You produce your own documentary. I'm producing STEM programs and producing engineers. You go produce a documentary. Go.
Hey, family. Now she got the elitist mentality. Okay, she's always lying about doing something great. She's always lying about doing something great. She's just always doing something great. I mean, she's just a liar. STEM and all. You're not. You're just always lying about STEM and things like that.
Brother Unc.
So it's not off kilter for me to say. I can't tell Doc what to do because she grown and she'll be solid with me. She has the right to pick and choose how and what she want to do. I always say, no, I think the Hidden Colors documentaries are pure pseudoisms. I said,
okay, family, hold on. I have to, like I said, she's going to show her teeth now that the DVD is already out and Tariq can't scratch her out. So now she's going to talk her shit. She's going to show her teeth. But this is a devil. I gotta forgive me. I gotta use my card on my phone. So hold on. Damn. Give me a second. Yeah, what the fuck? I like that. Give me a second. I gotta use the. Give me a second, family. 1 second. All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. Where is this Swazi? Any day now. Okay. Yeah. So I need y'all to see the ops out there. Yeah, she's an evil little devil. Yeah, that is she'll come around and she'll pretend she understands. And you heard her earlier. I'm a free. Put that down. She'll say she's a freedman and all those things, but that look what she's at. Listen, family, they're never going to change their positions as long as they keep hanging around each other. And I say each other, a bunch of Daffas, Daffa Ducks, a bunch of Pan-Africans. As long as they hang around each other, because like one of us could kick knowledge in their head, get them to see the light that FBA is a proper SLM delineation is the move, and they will agree, obviously, but they'll get right back. They'll get usurped back in those Pan-African circles, and they'll be bedazzled back into believing that booty scratcher stuff, and then you'll think they still the person who you last talked to, and then boom, and then boom, you're like, yo, what happened to you? I thought you was set straight. What you mean set straight? I'm a proximity tether. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's nothing we're gonna do or say as long as they keep fellowshipping with each other. There's nothing that we'll be able to do or say that'll get them on code. They are assigned an assignment, and they're doing bad right now, and that's why they are beholden to the assignment. Once they understand delineation and agree and everything, families, they get reminded like, hey, you know you're on, you're on payroll, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, yeah, they're like, yeah, buddy, we didn't say they were wrong and they didn't make sense. We know it makes sense, but you're on payroll, okay? You have to be an op. I don't give a damn what sense it makes to you. You're on payroll. We're paying you. You got to be anti-FBA. You got to pretend it doesn't make sense. So let me catch you again, drifting off. Can you believe her? She forgot she's on payroll. Like we're just giving her free money to be in tune with her lineage. She's out of her goddamn mind. Damn mammy. No wonder why unbiased Ron call her ancient Dr. Ancient Mama Maya. No wonder he called her that. She can't follow instructions. Here. He can't follow instructions, damn it. Okay. All right. So now let me find that video. Hold on. Ah, shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just can't believe the weather switch, man. Now, the end of the week is supposed to be like up there, like, like way like 30 degrees higher. But I just can't believe how it went from, I just can't believe it went from, like, it dropped 20, 30 degrees. It's ridiculous, man. It's just, I know it's colder in other places in the country, but damn, I ain't worried about that. I'm worried about this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. For a reason. Oh, okay, these motherfuckers don't want to go, man. For a reason. Go, weirdos. All right. I'm trying to think if they have it. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think if they have it here. Let's see if they got it here. and I will be able to look for the other video. Those two African tethers, I can't do that no more. I can't continue that. They say that they are going to speak for us. That they're going to tell us our stereotypes, which we have zero of Africans. And I told y'all before I even press play that they were going to, which you already could imagine. Here come that they were going to play down. Wait, this here. I told y'all already that they were going to play down their role in the disrespect, and they were going to play up our role. I already told y'all. I press play. Oh man, Africans just don't understand. They just got stereotypes. And Black Americans, like, stop it. I already knew they would do that before I even press play. All right. Okay. I already knew they would do that. Okay, I'm gonna look for the video in a second. Hold on 1 second. All right, so let me find that video. Hold on. One second, family. What? Hold on. Matter of fact, let me go eat, and I will come back. I think I'm gonna come back on Lineage TV. I want to play those. I got some funny sovereign citizen pullovers with cops. The guy ain't driving; he's traveling, and I got some funny court situations where they doing a plebiscite battle. Hold on 1 second. And so yeah, let me eat. Let me get my son situated. And hold on, I'm gonna give y'all the link to that channel. One second. No? Okay, thank you. No come. Yeah, so hold on. Yeah, it opens, yes. That's right. Open by itself. It's automatic. All right, family. I appreciate all of y'all. See Quiz, I see you. Appreciate y'all. I love you guys. Like the video. Like the video, family. Make sure you like the video. I appreciate the people who who donated cash apps. $ unbiased Ron, unbiased with an ED. You dig? Support the channel whenever you can. It don't have to be tonight. The cash app is 20. 24/7. You dig? It don't gotta be tonight. 24/7. I appreciate all of you guys, and I want to go the link I put in just now. That's for my other channel. It's called Legacies TV. That's gonna be more. Yeah, I'm still, it's still FBA centered, but it'll be talking about more things, other things. We're having fun. It's gonna be a little messy. You dig? The family gonna be invited more on over there. It's less serious. It's about having fun. You dig? If people going through something harsh or got some stuff they got to worry about, that's gonna be the channel for that. To have fun, you dig, and just let it out. So family, peace. Love you guys. I gotta eat. Thank you.